This is Daily Story, where every episode opens a window into someone's lived experience. We appreciate you spending your time with us. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us take a breath and begin the story. The small ZZ plant, bought 2 days ago, sat on my windowsill, its dark, waxy leaves catching the morning light. My eyes, still blurry from a night spent wrestling with shadows and imagined creaks, snapped open. The words from Liam's text message. Just curious, did you get that new plant for your windowsill recently? The one with the big waxy leaves echoed in my head, cold and sharp. My stomach lurched, a sickening drop that left me breathless. It was not paranoia anymore. It was not my overactive imagination. This was real. This was happening. I scrambled out of bed, my legs trembling, and stumbled to the window. The ZZ plant, innocent and green, seemed to mock me. I pressed my face against the cool glass, my gaze sweeping frantically over the alley below. Nothing, just the usual dumpsters, the chain-link fence, the back of the brick building, across the way. But I knew he had been there. He had seen it. He had seen me. A wave of nausea washed over me. How, when my apartment was on the 3rd floor, the only way he could have seen the plant was from the alley, or from the fire escape that snaked up the back of my building, hidden from the street. The very fire escape he would mentioned on our date, the one I would dismiss as a coincidence, a weird observation. My fingers fumbled with my phone, my thumb hovering over Liam's contact. Block. I had to block him. But what if blocking him just made him angrier? What if it pushed him to do something worse? My mind was a tangled mess of fear and desperate logic. Finally, with a surge of adrenaline, I pressed down. Block contact. The digital click felt like a tiny, useless barrier against an encroaching tide. The rest of the morning was a blur of frantic activity and paralyzing fear. I moved through my apartment like a ghost. Every shadow, a potential hiding place. Every creak of the old building, a footstep. I checked every lock on every window, even the ones I never opened. I pushed the heavy armchair against the front door again, adding the small, wobbly kitchen table for good measure. It would not stop anyone determined, but it made me feel marginally safer. My apartment, usually a haven of peace and quiet, now felt like a glass box. I was on display, exposed. I kept glancing at the ZZ plant, a silent witness to my terror. I wanted to throw it out, but that felt like admitting defeat, like letting him dictate my life. So it stayed, a constant, unsettling reminder. I tried to eat, but my throat was tight, my stomach in knots. The coffee I made tasted like ash. All I could think about was Liam's 2 bright green eyes, his slow, unsettling smile. He had not just been driving by, he had been watching. I knew I should call the police, but what would I say? A guy I went on one date with knows I bought a plant, and it is freaking me out. They would probably tell me to block him, which I would already done, and then advise me to get a restraining order, which required more proof than a creepy text. I felt utterly alone. The sun started to dip, casting long, eerie shadows across my living room floor. Dusk, usually my favorite time of day, now filled me with a primal dread. I pulled all the blinds, even the ones I usually left open to let in the last vestiges of light. The apartment plunged into a suffocating gloom. I switched on every lamp, flooding the space with artificial light, trying to push back the encroaching darkness, both inside and out. Sleep was impossible. Every distant car horn, every rustle of leaves outside, every settling groan of the building sent a jolt of terror through me. I spent the night huddled on my sofa, a blanket pulled tight around me, my phone clutched in my hand, ready to call 911. I kept my eyes glued to the windows, to the faint outlines of the blinds, imagining a face pressed against them, those green eyes staring in. The next morning, exhaustion gnawed at me. I felt like I had not truly slept in days. My fear, however, was wide awake. I needed to get out, but the thought of leaving my apartment, of stepping outside where he might be waiting, filled me with a different kind of terror. I forced myself to shower, standing under the hot water, trying to wash away the feeling of dread that clung to my skin. As I dried off, I noticed something, a faint, unfamiliar smell. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, like Old Spice or a faint whiff of something metallic. It was not my shampoo or my soap or anything I used. It seemed to be lingering in the air of my bathroom, just a ghost of a scent. My heart hammered against my ribs. Had he been in here? No, it could not be. I would locked everything. I checked again, frantically. The bathroom window was latched tight. The door had been closed. I told myself it was my imagination, my heightened senses playing tricks on me. But the scent, faint as it was, persisted. Later that day, as I nervously made my way to the kitchen for a glass of water, I saw it. On my doormat, just inside my apartment, was a small, smooth, gray pebble. It definitely had not been there before. I knew because I would clean the mat just 2 days ago. It was so small, so innocuous, yet it screamed presence. My breath hitched. He was not just watching from the alley. He was getting closer. He was at my door. Had he slipped it under, or had he opened the door just a crack and placed it there? My blood ran cold. I finally called my best friend, Sarah. My voice was tight, trembling as I recounted everything, from the fire escape comment to the plant text, to the scent, to the pebble. Sarah, bless her, did not dismiss me. She listened, her voice growing increasingly concerned. "Emily, this is serious," she said, her voice firm. "You need to call the police. Now, and maybe come stay with me for a bit. I do not know what to tell them. Sarah, they will think I am crazy. There is no proof he has done anything illegal yet. Knowing about your plant is proof of stalking. And the pebble, that is trespass, or at least attempted trespass," she insisted. "Just tell them everything, and seriously, pack a bag, come over." Her words gave me a sliver of courage. I hung up with her and dialed the non-emergency police number. A calm, professional voice answered. I took a deep breath and started telling my story, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to sound rational despite the terror bubbling beneath the surface. The officer who took my report, a woman named Officer Miller, was sympathetic. She listened patiently, asked clarifying questions, but as I suspected, her hands were mostly tied. "Emily, I understand how unsettling this is," she said kindly, "but without a direct threat of violence, or clear evidence of forced entry or property damage, our ability to intervene immediately is limited. We can't just arrest someone for sending a creepy text, even if it is deeply disturbing. But he knows about my apartment. He has been at my door." I pleaded, my voice cracking. "We can file a report, and we will keep an eye on the area. We can also advise you on how to get a restraining order, but you will need to go to court for that. For now, I would suggest you continue to keep all your doors and windows locked, invest in a good security system if you can, and if he makes any direct threats or attempts to enter your apartment, call 911 immediately." I hung up, feeling more helpless than ever. They could not help me. I was on my own. Sarah's offer to stay with her suddenly felt like my only option. I started packing a small bag, my hands shaking so badly I could barely zip the zipper. As I moved around, a chilling thought struck me. If he was getting to my door, if he knew about my plant, he was not just looking from the alley, he was looking in. I walked over to the living room window, pulling the blind up just a fraction. I peered out, scanning the alley, then letting my gaze drift up the fire escape. It was rusty, old, its metal grates creaking faintly in the breeze. My eyes followed its path, up past my neighbor's window, then to mine, and that is when I saw it. A faint smudge on the outside of my window pane, just above the ZZ plant. It looked like a partial handprint, or perhaps a smear from a cloth. It was too high for me to have made it from the inside, and it definitely was not there when I would clean the window last week. My blood ran cold. He had not just been looking, he had been up there, on the fire escape. At my window, the thought made my skin crawl. He could have been watching me sleep, watching me walk around my apartment. The sense of violation was overwhelming. I remembered the faint scent in the bathroom, the pebble on the mat. What if he had not just been at my door? What if he would been inside? A frantic energy seized me. I started searching my apartment, not for him, but for any other signs. I checked every cabinet, every drawer. My heart pounded like a drum. In the kitchen, I opened the cabinet under the sink. It was slightly ajar. I always closed it completely. Always in my bedroom, a book on my nightstand, a novel I was halfway through, was angled slightly differently than I remembered. Just a few degrees, but it was enough. And then I looked at the Z plant. It was rotated just a little. The side that had been facing slightly towards the room was now facing the window, as if someone had admired it, then turned it. He had been inside. He had been in my apartment. The realization hit me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. My knees buckled, and I sank to the floor, my mind screaming. He had not broken in, not violently. He must have picked the lock. Or maybe, just maybe, I had forgotten to lock it one single time, and he had been waiting. I had to get out. Now, I scrambled up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My small bag, half-packed, lay on the bed. I grabbed it, stuffing in a few more essentials, my hands shaking so violently. I dropped my toothbrush. I did not care. Then a new plan formed in my terrified mind. I needed proof, something undeniable. The police had not been able to help, but maybe if I had a video, something concrete. I had a small, cheap security camera I would bought online a few months ago, still in its box. I would plan to set it up eventually, pointing at my front door. Now was the time. With trembling fingers, I tore open the box, pulled out the camera, and followed the quick setup instructions. I aimed it directly at my living room window, the one next to the fire escape, making sure the ZZ plant was in frame. It was not perfect, but it was better than nothing. I connected it to my phone, enabled motion detection, and set it to record. Okay, I whispered to myself, trying to calm my racing heart. Okay, I just need to get out of here. I will go to Sarah's, and then I will figure out what to do with this. I took one last look around my apartment, a place that no longer felt like home, but a trap. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and my small bag. I walked to the front door, pushing aside the armchair and table. My hand hovered over the doorknob. Then, my phone buzzed. A notification from the camera app. My blood ran cold. It had only been on for a few minutes. I had not even left yet. With a sickening dread, I opened the app. The live feed was dark, grainy, but it showed my living room window. And then, the notification popped up again, motion detected. I tapped on the playback. The video loaded slowly, agonizingly. It was dark, a night vision giving everything a ghostly green tint. The window, the ZZ plant, the faint outline of my blinds. Nothing. For a few seconds, then a shadow appeared on the fire escape, moving slowly, deliberately. A figure, tall, slender, unmistakable. Liam, he moved silently, his face obscured by the darkness and the graininess of the footage. But there was no doubt. He stopped directly outside my window, his head tilted slightly, as if listening. My breath caught in my throat. I watched, paralyzed, as he stood there, just outside my window, a silent, menacing sentinel. Then, slowly, he reached out a hand. His fingers, long and thin, pressed against the glass directly above the ZZ plant. A gentle, almost tender tap. He was not trying to break in. It was just. Acknowledging it, a chilling wave of possession emanated from that simple gesture. He was showing me He was there, that he could be there whenever he wanted. After a long, agonizing moment, he slowly withdrew his hand, turned, and disappeared down the fire escape, melting back into the shadows of the alley. The video ended? I stood there, frozen, my phone clutched so tightly my knuckles were white. He had been there. He had been watching, and he had touched my plant. My apartment was no longer safe. I could not stay another second. I called Sarah, my voice a frantic whisper, tears streaming down my face. He was here. Sarah, he was on the fire escape. I have it on video. I am leaving now. Good. Get out. Emily, drive straight here. Do not stop for anything, she urged, her own voice laced with panic. I did not even bother to lock the door behind me. I just slammed it shut, leaving the barricade of the armchair and table in place, a useless gesture against the terror that had already breached my sanctuary. I did not wait for the elevator. I bolted down the 3 flights of stairs, my heart pounding, my breath ragged. Each step was an echo of my panic. As I reached the ground floor, my hand on the handle of the main door, I heard it. A faint, soft scrape right outside my apartment door. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Had he come back? Was he still there? I peered through the peephole, my eye pressed against the tiny lens. The hallway was empty. Nothing. My mind raced. Was it just the building settling? My imagination? Or was he playing a game? I took a deep, shuddering breath, then, slowly, carefully, opened the door a crack, just enough to see my doormat. And there it was, lying perfectly in the center of the mat, a single, perfect, waxy green leaf. A leaf from a ZZ plant. He had left it there. He had been there. Moments ago. A scream caught in my throat. I slammed the door shut, my body trembling uncontrollably. He was still here. He was still watching. I did not think. I just ran. I burst out of the building, fumbling with my car keys, my eyes darting frantically around the empty parking lot. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist into a menacing figure. I practically threw myself into my car, locking the doors with a violent thud. I started the engine, my hands shaking on the steering wheel, and sped out of the parking lot, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds, just like that first night. The streetlights seemed to cast long, eerie shadows that stretched and shrank, making me jump. I drove to Sarah's, the journey a blur of terror and adrenaline. When I finally pulled into her driveway, I felt a wave of relief so profound it almost made me collapse. Sarah was waiting for me, her porch light on, her arms open. I hugged her, clinging to her, sobbing into her shoulder. I was safe. For now. But as I finally settled onto her couch, the terror began to recede, leaving behind a cold, hard knot of dread. He knew where I lived. He had been inside my home. He had left me a message. And as I looked at my phone, a new message popped up. From an unknown number. Missed you. Hope you are somewhere warm. Do not forget your plan. The horror was not over. It had just begun. He was out there, and he knew. He always knew. The next story arrives with ease. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum beat in the suffocating silence. I was pressed flat against the cold, unforgiving glass of a display case, my muscles screaming with tension. The sickeningly sweet scent of formaldehyde, thick and cloying, filled my lungs, making my stomach churn with a violent nausea. But worse than the smell, worse than the cold, was the sound of Mark's footsteps. Slow, deliberate, each one a hammer blow against my terrified soul. Sarah. Sarah, where are you? His voice, a sing-song horror, echoed through the cavernous, dimly lit gallery. I'm not sure. We are all friends. Friends. The word was a barbed hook, tearing at my sanity. Friends with these exhibits, these preserved women, their vacant, glassy eyes staring out into the gloom, frozen in a silent scream. I could feel the presence of the woman behind the glass I was hiding against. Her back was to me, but I could almost feel the cold dread radiating from her preserved form. It was like hiding in a morgue, but a morgue curated by a madman. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to regain some semblance of control, but the image of her, the freckles, the subtle veins flashed behind my eyelids. Flesh. Real flesh. My flesh, if I did not move. Mark chuckled again, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the very floor. The sweet smell of formaldehyde and fear. It is intoxicating, is not it? Sarah. He inhaled deeply, as if savoring the air itself. It is an art, really. And you, Sarah, you are going to be my masterpiece. Eternal beauty, eternal perfection. Is not that what every woman wants? My breath hitched. He was closer, too close. I could hear the subtle creak of his shoes on the polished floor, the soft rustle of his clothes. He was moving between the rows of cases like a deranged art critic admiring his collection. I imagined his eyes, cold and calculating, scanning the shadows, searching for me. My mind raced, a chaotic storm of panic and desperate logic. I could not stay here. He would find me. I had to move. But where? The gallery stretched out in every direction, a labyrinth of death and despair. Each case was a monument to his depravity, a warning of my own impending doom. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly, I began to inch my way along the narrow space between the display cases. My back scraped lightly against the cold glass, a sound I prayed Mark would not hear over his own footsteps. Every muscle in my body was screaming, but I forced myself to move, one agonizing millimeter at a time. My eyes darted around, trying to pierce the gloom, searching for an exit, a door, anything that was not another glass coffin. The air grew heavier, thicker, with each step. The smell of embalming fluid was so potent now, I could taste it on my tongue, metallic and bitter. It felt like it was seeping into my skin, into my very bones. I imagined myself becoming like them, my skin waxy, my eyes vacant, frozen in an eternal, silent scream. The thought was a fresh wave of nausea, threatening to overwhelm me. Mark's voice drifted closer. Come out, wherever you are, my little bird. There is no escaping the cage, not once you are in it. He laughed, a high-pitched, almost childish giggle that was utterly chilling. I have been watching you. Sarah, for weeks. You are everything I have been looking for. The perfect canvas. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. He had been watching me for weeks. The casual dates, the charming smile, the seemingly innocent questions. It had all been a carefully constructed trap. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold glass against my back. This was not just a random act of violence. It was a premeditated horror, meticulously planned. I reached the end of the first row of cases and had to make a choice. Turn left or right. Both directions seemed to disappear into the same unsettling gloom. I risked a quick glance around the edge of the case. Mark was perhaps 20 feet away, his back mostly to me, his head tilted as if listening. He was examining one of his victims, his silhouette dark and menacing against the faint internal light of the case. He reached out, his hand almost reverently touching the glass. My blood ran cold. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying my fear. I had to be careful. One wrong move, one misplaced footstep, and it would all be over. I chose to turn right, hoping to put more distance between us. I hugged the shadows, moving with a desperate grace I did not know I possessed. The rows of cases stretched on, seemingly endless, each one a tableau of death. I saw an older woman, her hair streaked with silver, posed as if reaching out. Another, younger, her hands clasped in front of her as if in prayer, and another, her head tilted, a faint, unsettling smile on her pale lips. They were all so eerily lifelike, yet so utterly devoid of life. My eyes strained. searching for any sign of a door, a window, anything. And then, through a gap between two particularly tall display cases, I saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible sliver of light, different from the internal glow of the cases. It was coming from what looked like a doorway at the far end of the gallery. Hope, sharp and desperate, surged through me, momentarily eclipsing the terror, but the doorway was so far away, and Mark was still in the gallery, hunting. I had to get there. I started moving again, a little faster this time, driven by the sliver of hope. My eyes were fixed on that distant light, my only beacon in this nightmare. I weaved between the rows, trying to keep the cases between myself and Mark. His voice was a constant, chilling accompaniment, sometimes closer, sometimes further away, as he continued his macabre patrol. You know, Sarah, he mused, his voice echoing. The hardest part is getting the expression just right. So many women struggle with their inner beauty, but I can help them. I can make it eternal. He sighed, a sound of almost genuine regret. Some of them fight, of course. They do not understand the gift I am offering. But you, Sarah, you are different. You are perfect. You will understand. I will understand. The implication was clear. He believed I would come to accept my fate, to embrace becoming another one of his grotesque trophies. The sheer arrogance, the deranged certainty in his voice made my stomach clench. He was not just a killer. He was a monster, convinced of his own benevolent artistry. I reached a section of the gallery where the cases were arranged more haphazardly, creating narrower passages and blind corners. This could be an advantage, offering more places to hide, but also more places to get trapped. I had to be careful not to make a sound. My breath was ragged, shallow gasps of the formaldehyde-laced air. My heart pounded so loudly, I was sure he could hear it. As I rounded a corner, I almost stumbled. My foot brushed against something on the floor. I froze, my blood turning to ice. I glanced down. It was a small, ornate silver locket, glinting faintly in the dim light. It must have fallen from one of the victims. A wave of profound sadness and horror washed over me. This was not just a collection of bodies. These were women, with lives, with loved ones, with stories. And now they were just exhibits. I could not dwell on it. I had to keep moving. The light from the doorway seemed to be getting a little brighter now, a little more defined. I pushed forward, my legs aching, my mind screaming with a mixture of terror and desperate determination. Suddenly, Mark's voice snapped, much closer than before. There you are. Sarah, my blood ran cold. I froze, my entire body rigid. Had he seen me? My eyes darted around frantically. I was in a small alcove, surrounded by cases on 3 sides. There was nowhere to go. I pressed myself back against the cold glass, trying to disappear into the shadows. Then I heard it, a soft thump just behind me. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder. The woman in the case, directly behind me, the one whose back I had been pressing against earlier, had shifted. Her head had tilted slightly. Her vacant eyes now seemed to be staring directly at me through the glass. It was just the subtle vibration of my movement. Maybe the old stand shifting. But in that moment, it felt like she was watching me. A silent, dead witness to my terror. Mark's footsteps grew louder, closer. I could hear him breathing now. A slow, deliberate inhale and exhale. It was right around the corner, just feet away. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to be invisible. My entire body trembled. This was it. He had me, such a pretty little thing, his voice purred, right beside the case next to me. He was not talking to me. He was talking to the woman in the case. A shame she had to be so stubborn, but she will be beautiful forever now. Won't you, my dear? I heard a soft tap against the glass, just inches from my ear. He was touching the case, admiring his work. I held my breath, my lungs burning. my heart thundering against my ribs. I could feel the heat of his presence, the terrifying proximity of the monster who wanted to turn me into his next exhibit. He paused for a long moment, the silence stretching taut, almost unbearable. I braced myself, expecting his hand to reach around the corner, to grab me, to pull me out into the dim light. But then, he sighed. "Ah, well, time to find our newest addition." His footsteps receded slightly, moving deeper into the gallery. He had not seen me, not yet. A wave of dizzying relief washed over me, almost making my knees buckle. I had to fight it. This was not the time for weakness. I forced myself to move again, to push away from the cold glass and continue towards that distant light. The near miss had shaken me to my core, but it had also solidified my resolve. I would not end up in one of these cases. The light was closer now, clearer. It was definitely a doorway, leading to what looked like a short hallway, bathed in a slightly brighter, more sterile light. I could make out details. A plain wooden door, a white wall. It looked like a normal part of a house, not a serial killer's trophy room. The desperate surge of hope propelled me forward. I moved faster, abandoning some of my stealth in favor of speed. The sound of my own ragged breathing was loud in my ears, but I could not stop. I was almost there. Just a few more rows of silent, staring women. As I approached the doorway, I glanced back one last time. Mark was further down the gallery, his back to me, still seemingly engrossed in his collection, or perhaps still searching for me in other parts of the room. This was my chance. I burst through the doorway, not even bothering to look back. The hallway was short, leading to another door. This one was slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of what looked like a kitchen beyond. A kitchen. A normal, everyday kitchen. It was like stepping from a nightmare into a bizarre parody of reality. I pushed the kitchen door open fully and stumbled in. It was a large, modern kitchen, spotless and unnervingly neat. Stainless steel appliances gleamed in the ambient light from a window that was mostly covered by thick, dark curtains. On the counter, a half-eaten plate of toast sat beside a perfectly brewed cup of coffee, still steaming faintly. It was as if Mark had just been having breakfast, completely unconcerned, before resuming his hunt. The normalcy was almost as disturbing as the gallery itself. My eyes immediately scanned the room. Searching for an exit, there had to be one, a back door, perhaps. I spotted a door at the far end of the kitchen, partially obscured by a large freestanding pantry. It looked like an exterior door. "Sarah, do not. You want to see my workshop?" Mark's voice, closer now, echoed from the hallway. He must have realized I was gone from the gallery. His tone had lost its playful edge, replaced by a colder, more menacing undertone. Panic flared anew. I could not waste another second. I darted across the kitchen, my feet silent on the tiled floor, my eyes fixed on the door. There was a sturdy-looking wooden door with a deadbolt. As I reached it, I fumbled with the knob, my hands trembling. It was locked. Of course it was locked. My heart sank. I tried the deadbolt. It was engaged. Despair threatened to swallow me whole. "You are getting closer to understanding, are not you?" "Sarah." Mark's voice was right behind me now. In the kitchen itself, the tools, the chemicals, it is all part of the process. I spun around, my back pressed against the locked door. Mark was standing in the doorway leading from the hallway, a chillingly calm expression on his face. He held something in his hand. It was a syringe, long and gleaming, filled with a clear liquid, formaldehyde. My blood ran cold. This was it. The moment of truth. "Do not worry," he said, taking a slow step towards me, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying intensity. "It won't hurt for long. Just a little pinch. Then, eternal peace. Eternal beauty." My mind screamed. I could not let him do this. I would not become another one of his lifeless dolls. My eyes darted around the kitchen, desperate for anything, any weapon, any means of escape. My gaze landed on a large, heavy-looking ceramic mixing bowl sitting on the counter next to a stand mixer. It was within reach. Mark took another step, the syringe glinting. It was smiling now. A slow, predatory smile that made my skin crawl. Just relax. Sarah, let me help you. No. The word tore from my throat, raw and desperate, as he raised the syringe. I lunged. My hand shot out, grabbing the ceramic bowl. With a strength born of pure, unadulterated terror, I swung it with all my might. The bowl connected with a sickening thud against the side of Mark's head. He gasped, a choked sound, and stumbled backward, dropping the syringe. It clattered to the tiled floor, the clear liquid splattering. He swayed for a moment, his eyes wide with shock and a sudden burning rage. A thin trickle of blood appeared at his temple. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice no longer calm but filled with a terrifying fury. He lunged at me, his hands outstretched, no longer interested in the gentle persuasion of the syringe. Pure, animalistic rage distorted his features. I screamed, a primal sound of terror. My hand instinctively reached behind me, fumbling for the door handle again, trying to turn it, to pull it, anything. My fingers closed around something cold and metallic. It was not the handle. It was a key, hanging from a hook just above the deadbolt. A spare key with a desperate surge of adrenaline. I snatched the key. Mark was almost on me, his hands grasping for my throat. I jammed the key into the deadbolt, my fingers fumbling, shaking uncontrollably. He grabbed my shoulder, his grip like iron. I cried out in pain, but I twisted the key with all my might. The deadbolt clicked open with a satisfying thud. Then, with a final, desperate shove, I pushed the door open, tearing free from his grasp. The cool night air hit my face, a blessed relief after the suffocating, formaldehyde-laced horror of the house. I did not look back. I burst out into the darkness, onto a small patch of overgrown lawn. Beyond it, I could see the faint glow of distant streetlights. This was not a secluded cabin. It was a house in a suburban neighborhood, albeit one with a very long, dark driveway. I ran faster than I ever thought possible, my lungs burning, my legs pumping like pistons. The sounds of the night crickets chirping, the rustle of leaves were a symphony of freedom. But behind me, I could hear Mark's enraged roar, and then the thudding of his footsteps as he burst out of the house. He was chasing me. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was a dark silhouette against the dim light of the kitchen doorway, gaining on me. He was faster than I expected. I stumbled, my foot catching on an uneven patch of ground, but I caught myself, pushing through the pain, through the exhaustion. My only thought was escape. Survive. I reached the end of the overgrown yard and burst onto a gravel driveway. It stretched out, long and dark, towards the street. I could see the faint outline of my car, parked far down the driveway. It felt miles away. I sprinted, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The gravel crunched loudly under my feet, a terrifying beacon for Mark. I could hear his heavy breathing behind me now, closer than ever. "You won't get away." "Sarah," he roared, his voice laced with pure fury. "You will be mine, my masterpiece." He was right behind me. I could feel the hot rush of his breath on my neck. I could almost feel his hands reaching for me. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged for my car door. My hand slapped against the cold metal, fumbling for the handle. I tore it open, scrambled inside, and slammed the door shut, locking it instantly. Mark was there, his face pressed against the window, his eyes blazing with a terrifying, unhinged fury. He pounded on the glass, his fist making sickening thuds against the window. "Open the door. Sarah, you belong to me." I ignored him, my hand shaking as I jammed the key into the ignition. My fingers were slick with sweat, making it hard to turn. The engine sputtered once, twice, then roared to life. I slammed the car into reverse, peeling out of the driveway, gravel spitting from under the tires. Mark was still pounding on the window, screaming. I caught a glimpse of his distorted, enraged face in my rearview mirror as I sped away, leaving him standing there in the darkness, a lone, terrifying figure in the glow of my taillights. I drove for what felt like hours, not caring where I was going, just putting as much distance as possible between myself and that house of horrors. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly, my knuckles were white. My entire body was shaking, a violent tremor that would not stop. When I finally pulled over on the side of a deserted highway, hours later, the sun was just beginning to paint the sky with the first faint streaks of dawn. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, tears finally streaming down my face, hot and silent. I was alive. I had escaped, but the images, the smells, the sounds, they were seared into my mind. The vacant eyes of the preserved women, the sickly, sweet smell of formaldehyde, Mark's chilling, sing-song voice, his rage-filled face pressed against my car window. I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that I would never truly be free. Mark was still out there, and the memory of his gallery, his friends, would haunt my dreams forever. I had escaped his cage, but the shadow of his art, his twisted idea of eternal beauty, would forever be etched into my soul. I was alive, but a part of me, a part of my innocence and peace, had been preserved in that house, alongside his other victims. And I knew with a chilling certainty that I would never look at another first date the same way again. Prepare to hear the next experience. I remember scrolling through Tinder just like any other bored Tuesday night. Most profiles were a blur, a parade of staged smiles and filtered sunsets. But then I saw Chloe's. Her smile was infectious, wide and genuine, and her eyes, bright and a little mischievous, seemed to hold a secret. Her bio was witty enough to make me chuckle out loud. We matched, and within minutes, the messages started flowing. She seemed great, charming, funny, and she typed with this rapid-fire energy that was almost disarming. But looking back, there was a tiny, almost imperceptible tremor in her first message. A flicker of something I could not quite place. It was a single line that hit me like a splash of ice water. It is funny, she typed, "I almost did not swipe right. But then I saw that little scar above your left eyebrow, and I knew I had to." My thumb hovered over the keyboard, my heart skipping a beat. I froze. I had not posted any pictures that clearly showed that scar. It was tiny, barely noticeable, a relic from a childhood bike accident. A small, faded line that usually got hidden by my hair or was just too small to pick up on a phone screen. I stared at my profile pictures again, zooming in, squinting. Nope. Not visible. A cold knot formed in my stomach, but I quickly rationalized it. Maybe she had a really good eye. Maybe it was a trick of the light in one of the photos. Or maybe, just maybe, it was a lucky guess. A bizarre coincidence that just happened to hit home. I shook it off, told myself I was being paranoid, and typed back something light and flirtatious, trying to ignore the prickle of unease that had settled on the back of my neck. We chatted for another hour, and by the end of it, she had charmed away most of my apprehension. We made plans to meet for coffee the following Saturday. Saturday arrived, and I was a mix of nervous excitement and lingering apprehension. The coffee shop was bustling, a safe, public place. I spotted Chloe immediately. She was even prettier in person, with a cascade of dark hair and those same bright, knowing eyes. She was wearing a simple, stylish dress, and she had this easy confidence about her that immediately put me at ease. "Alex, right?" She grinned, extending a hand. Her grip was firm, warm. "Chloe, nice to finally meet you," I replied, feeling a genuine smile spread across my face. Maybe I had just been overthinking things. We settled into a small booth, the clatter of cups and the low hum of conversation creating a comfortable backdrop. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, our favorite movies. She was witty, intelligent, and made me laugh genuinely. But as the date progressed, those little prickles of unease started to return, subtle at first, then growing steadily more pronounced. So you are still working on that old '78 Mustang, right? She asked casually, taking a sip of her latte. I heard those can be a real pain to find parts for. I almost choked on my coffee. How did you know about the Mustang? I asked, trying to keep my voice light, but a sudden chill snaked down my spine. I had a project car, a rusty old '78 Mustang. I was slowly restoring, but it was not on social media. I would only ever mentioned it to a handful of close friends, and my dad, Chloe just smiled, a little too sweetly. Oh, you must have mentioned it in your profile, or maybe in one of our messages. I have a really good memory for details. I frowned, racking my brain. I was certain I had not. My profile was pretty standard: hiking, reading, cooking, no classic cars. I let it slide, attributing it to my own forgetfulness. A few minutes later, she mentioned my preference for black coffee, no sugar. I had not ordered one yet, but that was indeed how I liked it. And again, I was positive I would never specified that on my Tinder profile or in our chat. Then she brought up a niche local band, the Neon Ghosts, that I loved but rarely talked about. Their last album was phenomenal, was not it, she said, her eyes twinkling. By the time the date ended, I was a walking bundle of contradictions. On one hand, Chloe was captivating, magnetic, and undeniably attractive. On the other, a cold, hard knot of apprehension had tightened in my gut. It was too many coincidences, too many lucky guesses. I walked her to her car, exchanged a polite hug, and watched her drive away, feeling strangely drained, a mix of intrigue and a growing sense of dread. Her first text arrived before I would even made it home. Had such a great time, Alex. Can't wait to see you again. It was enthusiastic, almost overwhelmingly so. I typed back a polite but slightly less effusive response, trying to create a little space. That space, however, was quickly filled. Her texts became more frequent, more personal, and far too knowing. Hope you enjoyed your run this morning. One text read a few days later, the weather was perfect for Miller's Park. My blood ran cold. I had gone for a run at Miller's Park, but I had not posted about it on social media. I had not told anyone. I looked out my window, a sudden, irrational fear gripping me. Was she watching me? From where? I spent the next hour meticulously checking my social media privacy settings, my location services, everything seemed locked down. No public posts about my run. No shared location data. I even checked my car's GPS history, just in case. Nothing. The text continued. Big presentation today, huh? Rake a leg. She messaged the morning of a crucial work meeting. Again, something I would only mention to my boss and a couple of colleagues, certainly not on any public platform. A few days after that, my old Mustang started acting up, and I called a buddy to vent about a hard-to-find carburetor part. Less than an hour later, a text from Chloe popped up. Heard about your car trouble. Bummer. Maybe I can help you find that carburetor part. I know a guy. My paranoia was no longer a subtle prickle. It was a constant, icy grip on my chest. I started looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror constantly. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking figure. Every unfamiliar car on my street felt like a surveillance vehicle. I tried to distance myself, making excuses for not meeting again. Busy with work, catching a cold, visiting family. My replies became shorter, less frequent. Chloe did not take the hint. She seemed to just ramp up the intensity. One afternoon, I was at my gym, mid-set on the bench press, when I saw her. She was standing by the water cooler, dressed in brand new workout gear, looking directly at me. Fancy meeting you here. Alex, she said, a wide smile on her face as she walked over. I just decided to try this place out today. Heard it was good. My gym, the one I had been going to for years, the one that was a good 20-minute drive from where she said she lived, my heart hammered against my ribs. Chloe, I managed, my voice strained. What are you doing here? Just getting a workout in, she said, her smile never faltering. Is that a problem? I finished my set, my muscles trembling, not from exertion, but from pure adrenaline. I cut my workout short, practically ran out of there. Chloe's knowing eyes following me the entire time. A few days later, I was grabbing lunch near my office. She appeared again, seemingly out of nowhere, holding a coffee cup. Just grabbing a coffee nearby, thought I would say hi, she chirped. This was a different part of the city, miles from my apartment or my gym. That was it. I would had enough. I walked away from her, my blood boiling. I pulled out my phone and sent her a text, my fingers trembling with a mix of anger and fear. Look, Chloe, this is getting weird. How do you know all this stuff? How do you keep showing up everywhere I am? Her reply came almost instantly, chillingly calm. What are you talking about? Alex, I am just interested in you. Is that so wrong? You must have mentioned it. You are just forgetting things. Gaslighting. She was trying to make me doubt my own sanity. I blocked her number, blocked her on every social media platform, even changed my privacy settings to the highest level. I wanted her out of my life. Completely. I thought it was over. It was not. A few days after I blocked her, I came home from work to find a subtle, almost imperceptible change in my apartment. My mail, which I usually left stacked neatly on the small table by the door, was slightly askew. Not messy, just moved, and a window in my living room, which I was certain I would close and lock before leaving, was slightly ajar, just enough to let in a thin draft of cold air. I checked every lock, every window, twice, 3 times. I searched my apartment, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. Nothing seemed stolen, nothing broken. But the feeling of invasion was overwhelming. The next morning, I found it on my kitchen counter, right next to my coffee maker, lay a single, perfectly folded origami crane. It was made from a small piece of dark blue paper, a color I did not own. My door had been locked. There was no sign of forced entry. She had not just been watching me. She had been inside my home. She had a key. Panic seized me. My sanctuary, my home, had been breached. I called the police, my voice shaking as I tried to explain. They listened patiently, but their tone was dismissive. Mr. Davies, we understand this is unsettling, but without concrete proof of a crime, forced entry, theft, there is not much we can do. It sounds like a crazy ex-girlfriend situation. Happens all the time. They suggested I change my locks, which I had already done, and told me to call back if anything else happened. They left, leaving me feeling more exposed and alone than ever. I went to the hardware store and bought a heavy-duty deadbolt, reinforced strike plates, and even a chain lock for good measure. I also bought a cheap security camera, the kind that connects to your phone, and mounted it above my front door. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, constantly checking the camera feed, dissecting every shadow, every flicker of light. Sleep became a luxury I could not afford, a fractured landscape of nightmares where Chloe's smiling face morphed into something predatory. One night, about a week after the origami crane incident, I came home. The moment I stepped through the door, I felt it. A coldness in the air, a stillness that was wrong. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that I was not alone. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden silence of my apartment. I moved slowly, cautiously, my hand reaching for the heavy iron poker by the fireplace. My eyes darted around, searching every shadow, every corner. The security camera feed on my phone was just a black screen, probably disconnected. I crept into the living room, my breath catching in my throat, and there she was. Chloe. She was sitting on my couch, perfectly at ease, as if she owned the place. She was wearing my old college hoodie, the faded gray one I would thought was in my laundry hamper. In her lap, she held a photo album, my childhood photo album, filled with pictures of me, my family, my past. She was calmly flipping through it, a soft, almost wistful smile on her face. You took your sweet time. Alex, she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper, but it cut through the silence like a razor. She did not look up immediately, her gaze fixed on a picture of me as a chubby-cheeked kid missing a front tooth. I was starting to think you would not come home. My blood ran cold, my grip tightened on the poker, my knuckles white. Chloe, I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. How did you get in here? She finally looked up, those bright, knowing eyes fixed on mine. There was no menace in them, no anger, just a deep, unsettling possessiveness. Oh. Alex, she sighed, closing the album and placing it gently on the coffee table. You know how I get in? I know all your little habits. The way you double-check the deadbolt but always forget the chain. The way you hide your spare key under that loose brick by the back door. My stomach dropped. Loose brick. I would only ever told my closest friend, Mark, about that. And I would used it once, years ago, when I would lock myself out. How could she possibly know? This is not funny. Chloe, I said, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a shaky croak. You need to leave. Right now? She chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. Leave. Alex, darling, this is where I belong. With you, I know everything about you. Your dreams, your fears, that little mole on your left thigh you are so self-conscious about. She leaned forward, her eyes never leaving mine. I know how much you regret not going to that art school. How you still think about Sarah, your first love, and how you blame yourself for your dad's accident. Every word was a hammer blow, shattering my composure, stripping away every layer of privacy I thought I had. These were things I barely acknowledged to myself, secrets buried deep, things no one, absolutely no one, knew. It was not just stalking, it was an intimate, grotesque invasion of my entire being. My past, my psyche. You are sick, I whispered, stepping back, my heart pounding in my ears. I needed to get out. I needed to escape. She stood up, slowly, gracefully, blocking the path to the front door. Sick? No, Alex. I am just devoted. I saw you, and I knew. We were meant to be. I just had to help you see it too. I raised the poker slightly, a desperate, futile gesture. Stay away from me. Her smile widened, and for the first time, I saw something truly terrifying flash in her eyes. Not anger, but a cold, calculating determination. Do not be silly. Alex, we are just getting started. I did not think. I reacted. I swung the poker, not to hit her, but to create a distraction. It slammed into the coffee table with a loud crack, sending the photo album and a ceramic coaster skittering across the floor. The sudden noise, the crash, startled her for a split second. That was all I needed. I bolted. I threw myself towards the front door, fumbling with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with terror. I heard her gasp, then the thud of her feet behind me. Alex, no! The deadbolt clicked open. I wrenched the door open, practically tearing it off its hinges, and burst out into the hallway, screaming at the top of my lungs. Help! Someone! Please help me. I did not look back. I just ran, pounding down the hallway, my bare feet slapping against the linoleum. I heard a distant shout, a door opening. I did not stop until I reached the stairwell, tumbling down the steps, my legs screaming in protest. I made it to the lobby, breathless, shaking, my chest heaving. The building manager, a kindly older woman named Mrs. Mish Henderson, rushed towards me, her face etched with concern. Alex. What on earth? Her... I gasped, pointing wildly back towards the stairs. She is in my apartment. She broke in. By the time the police arrived, sirens wailing, Chloe was gone. They searched my apartment thoroughly, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. They found the disturbed coffee table, the scattered photo album, my hoodie still on the couch. They found the origami crane, now slightly crumpled. They found no sign of forced entry, no fingerprints that were not mine. She used a key, sir, one of the officers concluded, looking at the perfectly intact locks. Did you lose a spare? I shook my head, numb. I do not know how she got it. No one else has it, except for Mark, and he is out of town. They took my statement, again, this time, with the evidence of her physical presence, the broken coffee table, the moved items. They took it seriously. They promised to open an investigation, to put out an alert for her, but Chloe had vanished as quickly as she had appeared. Her online profiles were gone, scrubbed from the internet. Her phone number was disconnected. It was like she had never existed, save for the terror she had inflicted upon me. I could not stay in that apartment, not for another night. Mark, my friend, came back early and let me crash on his couch for a few weeks. I felt like a ghost, jumpy, paranoid, unable to sleep without nightmares. Every shadow was Chloe, every unexpected noise, her footsteps. I sold my apartment, took a substantial loss, and moved halfway across the country, hoping a change of scenery would erase the lingering dread. It did not. Years passed. I rebuilt my life. Slowly, painfully. I got a new job, a new apartment, made new friends, but the paranoia never truly left. I checked my locks obsessively, installed multiple cameras, and rarely used social media. Every new person I met, I scrutinized, searching for that flicker of knowing in their eyes, that subtle, almost imperceptible hint that they knew too much. Last week, I was in a coffee shop in my new city, a small, independent place I would grown to like. I walked up to the counter, feeling a rare moment of calm. I will have a black coffee. No sugar, please, I said to the barista, a young woman with a friendly smile and bright, curious eyes. She smiled back, a little too widely. Good choice, she said, her voice soft, almost a whisper. Just how you like it. My blood ran cold. The cup she held trembled slightly in her hand. I looked up, meeting her gaze. It was not Chloe. Not exactly, but the smile, the eyes, the knowing. And then I saw it. A tiny, almost imperceptible scar just above her left eyebrow. A small, faded line. My breath caught in my throat. I stumbled back, knocking over a sugar caddy. The clatter echoed in the suddenly silent coffee shop. The barista just watched me, her smile unwavering, those bright eyes holding a secret I knew I never wanted to uncover. I just ran. I do not know who she was, or if she was even real. But I knew with a chilling certainty that it was not over. It would never be over. They were out there, always watching, always knowing, and I was just another one of their targets, forever trapped in a nightmare I could never wake from. Up next, another chapter. My hand was shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. Sarah's voice, usually so calm and reassuring, was sharp with alarm. Emily, this is serious. You need to call the police. Now, and maybe come stay with me. The pebble. The small, gray, utterly innocuous pebble sitting on my doormat inside my apartment. It was a physical manifestation of my worst nightmare. It was not just paranoia anymore, it was proof. He had not just watched me, he would been in here. The thought made my stomach churn, a cold, metallic taste filling my mouth. My third-floor apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a tomb. I stared at the pebble, my breath catching in my throat. It was just a rock, but it felt like a bomb, ticking down to something unspeakable. My mind raced, trying to find another explanation. Had it been stuck to my shoe? No. I remembered kicking off my sneakers by the door last night, and it was not there. Had it fallen out of a bag? No. I had not brought anything like that in. It was placed deliberately. A message. My hands were clammy as I fumbled with my phone, my fingers struggling to dial 911. The idea of telling the police, of having them look at me with skepticism, of dismissing my terror as an overactive imagination gnawed at me, but the pebble, it was undeniable. It was proof that a stranger, A man who had seemed charming on a single Tinder date had violated the most sacred space in my life. A phone rang, each tone a hammer blow against my racing heart. A calm female voice answered, 911, what is your emergency? My voice came out as a strangled whisper. I think someone broke into my apartment. My stalker. There was a slight pause. Can you tell me your address, madam? I rattled it off, my voice gaining a little strength. And what makes you think someone broke in? I took a deep breath, trying to sound coherent. I went on a Tinder date a few days ago. The guy, Liam, he got really weird. He knew about my ZZ plant, which I would only bought 2 days ago. He mentioned my fire escape. I blocked him, but then this morning, I found a pebble inside my apartment, right on my doormat. It was not there before. And yesterday, I smelled cologne, like Old Spice in my bathroom, but I dismissed it. Now I know he was in here. The operator's tone remained professional, but I could hear a subtle shift, a hint of concern. Okay, madam. We are sending an officer to your location. Please stay on the line until they arrive if it is safe to do so. Are you currently alone in your apartment? Yes. I choked out, scanning the room again, every shadow a potential threat. I am alone. Good. Lock your doors, stay away from the windows. The officer should be there within 10 minutes. Do you have any security cameras? No, I whispered. Just the locks. The 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I clutched my phone, my knuckles white, my eyes darting from the front door to the windows. I imagined Liam, his unsettling smile, his two bright green eyes, watching me right now, knowing I was calling for help, mocking my futile attempts to escape his gaze. The apartment, once a refuge, was now a cage, and I was the terrified bird trapped within. When the doorbell finally rang, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I peered through the peephole, relief washing over me as I saw the blue uniform of a police officer. I fumbled with the locks, my hands clumsy, and finally opened the door. Officer Miller was a tall, stern-looking woman with kind eyes. She listened patiently as I recounted everything, from the Tinder date to the ZZ plant, the fire escape, the Old Spice scent, and finally, the horrifying pebble. I pointed to it, still sitting on the doormat, a silent, chilling testament to my violated privacy. She knelt, examining it carefully, taking pictures with her phone. This is definitely concerning, madam, she said, her voice calm but firm. We will need to dust for prints, but this is a small, non-porous surface, so it might be difficult. Have you touched it? No, I said, shaking my head vehemently. I just stared at it. She walked through the apartment, checking windows, the fire escape, the front door. No signs of forced entry, she noted, which suggests he might have picked the lock, or perhaps had a key at some point, or even entered through an unlocked door or window. My heart sank. I was always so careful, but the fire escape, he would mentioned it, had I forgotten to lock that window one time? The thought was sickening. She took down Liam's name, his Tinder profile details, any information I had. We will open an investigation, she assured me. We will try to contact him, see if he has an explanation, but without clear evidence of intent to harm or repeated direct threats, it can be difficult to get a restraining order immediately. This pebble, though, strongly suggests trespass. That is a serious offense. Despite her professional demeanor, I could sense the underlying challenge. No broken window, no stolen items, just a pebble and a chilling feeling. It felt like I was presenting an invisible wound, hoping they could see the blood. Still, the fact that she was taking it seriously was a small comfort. My friend Sarah offered for me to stay with her. I told her, I do not feel safe here anymore. That is a good idea, madam. Officer Miller nodded. We will patrol the area more frequently for the next few days. If anything else happens, anything at all, you call us immediately. And do not hesitate to call if you see him near your friend's place either. After she left, the silence in the apartment felt heavier. more menacing than before. The air felt thick with Liam's presence, even though he was gone. I moved like a ghost, snatching a duffel bag from my closet. I threw in clothes, toiletries, my laptop, anything I thought I might need. Every rustle of fabric, every creak of the floorboards made me jump. I kept glancing at the windows, half expecting to see his face pressed against the glass. The ZZ plant sat on the windowsill, its waxy leaves now a symbol of my shattered peace, a silent witness to my terror. I could not bring myself to touch it, let alone take it with me. It felt tainted, a beacon that had guided him to my private world. Leaving the apartment was the hardest part. I checked the peephole 3 times, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The hallway was empty. I gripped the duffel bag strap so tightly my fingers ached, and stepped out, locking the door behind me with a final, desperate click. I did not look back. I practically ran down the 3 flights of stairs, my breath ragged, my mind screaming, "Get out, get out, get out." The street outside was bustling, a stark contrast to the suffocating dread of my apartment. But even in the sunlight, surrounded by people, I felt exposed. Every passing car seemed to slow down. Every stranger's glance felt like a knowing stare. I hailed a cab, practically throwing myself into the back seat, giving Sarah's address with a shaky voice. The entire ride, I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see Liam's car, his unsettling smile, following me. Sarah lived in a different neighborhood, a quiet, tree-lined street, a good 20 minutes away. When I finally reached her doorstep, I nearly collapsed into her arms. She hugged me tight, her warmth a stark contrast to the icy fear that had gripped me for days. "Oh," she whispered, stroking my hair. "You are safe now. You are safe." Her apartment was a haven, bright, airy, filled with the comforting scent of vanilla and lavender. She made me a cup of chamomile tea, her eyes full of concern as I recounted the police visit, the pebble, the terrifying realization that he would been inside. "Good for you for calling them," she said firmly. "That was the right thing to do. And you are staying here as long as you need to. We will figure this out." For the first night, I actually slept. Exhaustion finally won, dragging me into a fitful, dream-haunted slumber. But the sense of safety was fleeting. The next morning, I woke with a jolt, the chilling reality rushing back. I was at Sarah's, but Liam was still out there. The days that followed were a blur of jumpiness and hypervigilance. Every knock on Sarah's door, every unfamiliar car driving by, sent my heart into a frantic rhythm. Sarah was incredible, patient and supportive, but even she could not completely dispel the creeping dread. I tried to go about my routine, working remotely from Sarah's couch, but my concentration was shattered. My mind was constantly replaying Liam's face, his words, the image of that pebble. The police called a few days later. "Officer Miller. We attempted to contact Mr. Davies," she said, her voice crisp. "His phone number is disconnected. His Tinder profile has been deleted." We also ran a background check. "He seems to have moved addresses frequently in the past year, always just outside our jurisdiction before. We are monitoring his last known address, but it seems to be an old one." My heart sank. "So he is just gone." "For now," she replied, "but we have flagged his name. If he tries to open utilities or applies for anything, we will be notified, and we have a warrant for his arrest, for trespassing if we can locate him. So, I am just supposed to wait?" I asked, my voice rising. "We understand this is frustrating, madam," she said, "but without a current address or active contact, our hands are somewhat tied. Your safety is our priority. Please remain vigilant. Do not return to your apartment alone. We will keep the patrol increased in your old neighborhood." The call left me feeling hollow, adrift. Liam had simply vanished, leaving a gaping wound of fear in his wake. He was a ghost, a phantom, but a very real threat. A week passed, then another. The initial terror began to dull, replaced by a gnawing anxiety. I started to think, maybe he really was gone. Maybe he would just been a creep who got scared off by the police. Sarah tried to reassure me, pointing out that no one had seen him, no strange messages had appeared. Then, the first subtle sign. I was scrolling through my old social media, something I had not done in ages, and noticed a new follower request on an obscure art account I rarely used. It was a blank profile, no picture, no posts, just a string of random letters and numbers for a username. My gut clenched. It felt too calculated, too specific to be a random bot. I blocked it immediately. A few days later, Sarah got a package delivered to her door. It was for me. A small, neatly wrapped box addressed to Emily Davis, my maiden name, which I had not used in years and certainly had not given to Liam. Inside was a single, perfectly preserved ZZ plant leaf, pressed flat and sealed in a small plastic bag. My blood ran cold. I dropped the box, a strangled cry escaping my lips. Sarah rushed over, her face paling as she saw the leaf. "Oh my God. Emily," she whispered, her voice trembling. How did he know you were here? And your maiden name?" The police had never mentioned my maiden name, and I had not updated it anywhere public. He must have done some serious digging. The leaf, plucked from my own plant, was a chilling reminder that he was still watching, still knew exactly where I was, and was taunting me. We called Officer Miller again. She was grave. "This changes things. He is escalating, and he knows your current location. We are sending an officer to take a report and dust the package for prints. We will also cross-reference the delivery service." The police arrived, grim-faced. They took the package, the leaf, and Sarah's testimony. They searched the immediate area around Sarah's apartment, but found nothing. The delivery service had no record of the sender. It was like he was a phantom, leaving only these terrifying breadcrumbs. "We are going to put out an alert for him again," Officer Miller said, "and we will increase patrols here. But for your safety, Emily, we need to consider more secure options. A safe house, perhaps." The idea of a safe house, of being forced to disappear, was terrifying, but the thought of staying put felt even worse. My life was being systematically dismantled by a man I would met once. That night, sleep was impossible. I lay awake, every shadow in Sarah's familiar room twisting into menacing shapes. The ZZ plant leaf, now evidence in a police bag, was burned into my mind. He had not just found me, he was playing with me. The next morning, Sarah and I sat in silence, sipping coffee. The fear was palpable, a heavy blanket over us. "I can't live like this." Sarah said, her voice quiet. "This is not fair to you. Or to me. We need to do something." "But what?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "The police can't find him. He is a ghost." A desperate idea began to form in my mind. Born of fear and frustration, he was playing a game. Maybe I had to play back. "He keeps leaving messages," I said slowly. "The pebble, the leaf. He wants me to know he is there. He wants me to be scared. What if I leave a message for him?" Sarah stared at me, her eyes wide. "Emily, what are you thinking? He knows where I live, where you live. He knows my old name. He is watching. What if I make him come to me? On my terms." The plan was reckless, born of desperation. We would return to my apartment, but not alone. We would enlist the help of a few of Sarah's male friends, big, intimidating guys, and position them strategically. We would leave a note on my old apartment door, a simple message: "I know you are watching. If you want to talk, meet me at the old coffee shop on Elm Street, tonight at 9 p.m. Alone." It was a gamble, a dangerous, terrifying gamble, but the alternative was to live in constant fear, waiting for his next move. I was tired of being the prey. Sarah was hesitant, her face etched with worry. "Emily, this is incredibly risky. What if he does not show? What if he shows up with someone else? What if he is armed? He wants to scare me." "Sarah," I insisted, my voice gaining a desperate conviction. "He wants to control me. This is the only way I can think of. To try and get him to make a mistake. To get him to reveal himself. If he does not show, then at least I tried. If he does, then maybe we can finally get the police to act. Reluctantly, Sarah agreed. We called her friends, Mark and Ben, two burly men who were fiercely protective of Sarah. They were skeptical but agreed to help. We coordinated with Officer Miller, explaining our plan, emphasizing that we would not engage, only observe, and call them immediately if Liam appeared. She was against it, citing the extreme danger, but I was adamant. She agreed to have an unmarked car in the vicinity, but could not guarantee immediate intervention if things went sideways. That evening, the air was thick with tension. I felt a strange mix of terror and grim determination. I dressed in dark clothes, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sarah hugged me tightly before I left, her eyes silently pleading with me to be careful. Mark and Ben were already positioned in the coffee shop, pretending to be engrossed in their phones, their eyes subtly scanning the entrance. I walked in, my hands trembling, and ordered a simple black coffee, trying to look casual. The coffee shop was mostly empty, just a few scattered patrons. I chose a table near the window, giving me a clear view of the street, and a clear view for anyone watching me. The minutes crawled by, each one a lifetime. 850 p.m., 855 p.m., 859 p.m. My breath hitched in my throat. This was it. At precisely 900 p.m., a figure appeared at the edge of the streetlights. Tall, lean, unmistakable. Liam. He wore a dark hoodie, the hood pulled low, obscuring his face, but I knew it was him. My blood ran cold, a wave of nausea washing over me. He stopped across the street, his head cocked slightly, as if listening. He did not come in, he just stood there, a dark silhouette against the streetlights, watching me. A flicker of movement caught my eye. A glint of green. It was his eyes, too bright and unsettling, piercing through the dim light, through the distance, straight into my soul. He was not just watching me, he was enjoying my terror. He was enjoying the power he held. He raised his hand slowly, deliberately, and pointed, not at me, but towards the window, towards the ZZ plant I had at home, the one he had first mentioned. A silent, chilling message. I know what you love. I know what you fear. Then, he turned and melted back into the shadows, disappearing as silently as he had arrived. He had not fallen for the trap. He had not entered. He had simply appeared, delivered his message, and vanished, leaving me with a fresh wave of dread. He was playing his own game, and he was always one step ahead. Mark and Ben rushed over, their faces grim. He is gone, Mark said, looking out the window. Did you see anything else? I could only shake my head, tears welling in my eyes. He had not come to talk. He had come to remind me that he was still there, still watching, still in control. The silence he left behind was louder than any scream. We called Officer Miller. She arrived quickly, her face a mixture of frustration and concern. He is a ghost, she murmured after hearing my account. He is exceptionally good at this. What do I do now? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. He knows I tried to lure him out. He knows I am trying to fight back. She looked at me, her eyes filled with a grim understanding. He is escalating. Emily, and he is getting bolder. We need to get you into a safe house. Tonight, this is not a game anymore. This is his territory, and he is not letting go. As I sat in the back of the police cruiser, heading towards an unknown location, a deep, chilling realization settled over me. Liam was not just a stalker. He was a predator, patient and calculating, and I was his prey. He had not just shattered my peace. He had shattered my world, leaving me a prisoner of fear, always looking over my shoulder, forever haunted by the unsettling smile and two bright green eyes of a man I barely knew. The horror was not just what he did, it was the chilling knowledge that he was still out there, a shadow in the periphery, always watching, always waiting. And I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that this was far from over. The next moment comes after this pause. That distant light was my only salvation. My heart hammered against my ribs. a frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence of this place. 20 feet. It felt like 20 miles. Each inch a monumental effort, a desperate struggle against the creeping dread and the potent, cloying smell of formaldehyde that clung to everything, threatening to seep into my very bones. Mark's back was still turned, a dark silhouette against the faint glow of a work lamp at the far end of the aisle. He was admiring one of his masterpieces, a young woman frozen in an eternal, vacant stare, her skin unnaturally pristine. He was still muttering, a low, guttural hum that vibrated through the floorboards, a predator lost in his own twisted world. This was my chance. It was now or never. I pressed myself even harder against the cold glass of the display case, the chill seeping through my thin blouse. My back screamed in protest, but I ignored it. Every nerve ending was screaming something else move. Sarah, move! I inched forward, one painstaking step at a time, my shoes making no sound on the dusty concrete floor. The only sound was my own ragged breathing, a harsh rasp in the cavernous space. The women... Oh God, the women! Hundreds of them, it seemed. Lining these endless aisles, each one a grim testament to Mark's depravity. Their eyes, wide and unblinking, seemed to follow my every move. They were witnesses, silent and eternal, to my slow demise. They were me if I failed. The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me, mixing with the metallic tang of fear and the chemical stench. I tried not to look at them, but it was impossible. Their faces, some serene, some with a faint hint of terror still etched into their features, were too close. One woman, just inches from my face, had a faint, almost imperceptible tear track on her cheek. It looked so real, so fresh, yet she was utterly still, utterly dead. Was she crying for herself? Or for me? Mark's monologue continued, a venomous stream about perfection and capturing moments. Such purity, he cooed, his voice sickeningly soft. The fleeting beauty of youth, preserved for eternity. No wrinkles, no decay, just perfection. He sounded like a deranged art critic, not a serial killer. It was surreal, horrifying. I was halfway there, maybe 10 feet from the light. It was coming from a sliver in what looked like a loading dock door, a thin vertical line of pure, blessed white. Freedom. The thought ignited a desperate spark in my chest, threatening to become full-blown panic. I had to reach that light. Then, Mark's voice, closer now, tore at my sanity. Sarah, where are you? We are all friends here. My blood ran cold. He was not just admiring, he was hunting. He knew I was moving. He was toying with me. My heart lurched, skipping a beat, then thundering even harder. I froze, plastered against the glass, barely daring to breathe. My eyes darted around, searching for a place to hide, but there was nowhere. Just more cases, more dead women. I could hear his footsteps now, a slow, deliberate cadence echoing faintly between the aisles. Thump. Each step was a hammer blow against my skull. He was moving away from the lamp, deeper into the rows. Was he trying to flank me? To cut off my escape, panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my control. I had to keep moving. If I stopped, I was dead. I forced myself to take another step, then another, my muscles screaming with tension. The formaldehyde smell intensified, burning my nostrils, making my eyes water. It felt like it was trying to suffocate me, to prepare me for my own display. Come out? Sarah, Mark purred, his voice closer still, almost conversational. Do not be shy. We have so much to discuss. Your vibrant spirit, for instance. It is truly unique. I can already see it, shining through even now. His words, meant to be charming, were utterly terrifying. He was not just observing, he was cataloging. He had done this before. He had asked about my fears, my dreams, cherishing my vibrant spirit only to preserve it. The memory of his charming facade, the perfect Tinder profile, the attentive dates, twisted in my gut like a poisoned knife. He would seem so normal. The thoughtful text, the way he would remembered my favorite coffee, my favorite flowers. He would called it noticing details. I would called it sweet. Now I knew it was preparation. He was not noticing, he was cataloging, mapping out my life, my essence to steal it. I risked a glance over my shoulder. He was at the end of the aisle, maybe 30 feet behind me now, his head tilted, listening. His eyes, even in the dim light, seemed to glint with a predatory amusement. He was enjoying this, the hunt, the terror, my terror. I ducked lower, trying to make myself smaller, a shadow among shadows. The sliver of light was so close now, maybe 5 feet. I could almost feel the cool, fresh air on my skin. Hope, dangerous and fragile, surged through me. I just needed to make it to that door. My fingers brushed against the cold metal frame of the last display case. I was almost there. One more aisle, then the wall, then the door. I could hear Mark moving again, his footsteps a little faster now, a little more purposeful. He was closing in. I pushed myself, ignoring the pain in my back, the burning in my lungs. My legs were like lead, but I forced them to move. I reached the end of the aisle, turning the corner sharply, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. And there it was, the loading dock door. The sliver of light was wider here, a beacon in the darkness. But my heart plummeted. It was not just a sliver. It was a crack, a gap where the two doors met, not wide enough to squeeze through. And the door itself was massive, made of corrugated steel, with a heavy industrial lock on it. A padlock, the size of my fist, held it firmly shut. My breath hitched. No, this could not be it. I scrambled forward, my fingers tearing at the cold steel, searching for a handle, a latch, anything. Nothing. Just the immovable, impenetrable steel. The light was teasing me, promising freedom it could not deliver. Found you. Sarah. Mark's voice, directly behind me, was a soft whisper. I froze, my blood turning to ice. My hand still rested on the cold steel door, the symbol of my failed escape. I did not need to turn around to know he was there. I could feel his presence, cold and suffocating like a shroud, slowly, reluctantly. I turned. He was standing maybe 10 feet away, a faint, almost gentle smile playing on his lips. In his hand, he held a small, gleaming silver syringe. It looked pristine, almost surgical. My stomach lurched. Such a spirited chase, he said, his voice still soft, almost admiring. I knew you had it in you. That vibrant spirit, it truly shines, even in despair. He took a step closer, then another. But there is no escaping the cage. Sarah, I told you that my mind raced, desperately searching for an out, a weapon, anything. My eyes scanned the dusty floor, the surrounding cases. Nothing. Just more dead women. Staring. Why? I choked out, my voice hoarse, barely a whisper. Why are you doing this? He chuckled, a low, unnerving sound. Why? Sarah, my dear, it is art. A preservation of beauty. The world is so fleeting, so ephemeral, youth fades, beauty withers. But here, he gestured around the mausoleum of bodies. Here, it is eternal, a moment, captured forever. He took another step, the syringe glinting under the distant work lamp. I instinctively stumbled back, pressing myself against the steel door. It was cold, unforgiving. A wall. A trap. You do not understand, I whispered, tears pricking at my eyes. This is not beauty. It is grotesque. It is murder. His smile vanished, replaced by a flicker of something cold and sharp in his eyes. Murder? Oh. Farah, such a harsh word. I am merely stopping the clock, preventing the inevitable. He raised the syringe slightly. And you, my dear, you are going to be my masterpiece. the crown jewel of my collection. My heart hammered so hard I thought it would burst through my chest. The formaldehyde smell was overwhelming now, stinging my eyes, burning my throat. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my spine. "No," I whispered, shaking my head. "Please." "Mark, do not do this." He ignored my plea. "I have been planning you for weeks." "Sarah, from the moment I saw your profile, so full of life, so vibrant. And then, the dates. You were perfect. You answered all my questions, unknowingly, of course. Your fears, your dreams, your favorite things, all the little details that make you, you. I cherished them, and now I will preserve them." He was just a few feet away now. I could see the reflection of the distant work lamp in his eyes, 2 tiny pinpricks of light in the darkness. I could smell his cologne, a faint scent of sandalwood mixed with a sickening chemical odor. It was the same cologne he would worn on our first date. The scent that had once seemed charming now reeked of death. My gaze fell on a small, rusted toolbox tucked under a nearby display case. It was old, grimy, probably forgotten, but it was there. My only hope. "You said you liked my spirit," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, trying to buy myself time. "You said it was unique." He paused, a slight frown on his face. "It is. That is why I chose you." "Then let it live," I pleaded, my eyes darting to the toolbox. "Do not snuff it out. Do not turn me into one of them." I gestured wildly at the silent women. He shook his head, a pitying look on his face. "You do not understand. Sarah, this is living, an eternal moment. Imagine, never aging, never fading. Always perfect, always beautiful." He took another step, closing the distance. The syringe was held steady, aimed at my arm. Now was my chance. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I lunged, not at him, but at the toolbox. My fingers scrabbled at the rusty metal, pulling it out from under the case. It was heavier than I expected, clanking loudly on the concrete. Mark, momentarily surprised, hesitated. "Sarah, what are you doing?" I did not answer. I yanked the lid open, my eyes scanning frantically inside. Old wrenches, screwdrivers, a hammer. Yes, a hammer. My fingers closed around the cold, heavy handle. It was small, a claw hammer, but it felt like a lifeline. As he lunged forward, syringe extended, I swung the hammer wildly. A desperate, clumsy arc. The metal head connected with something hard, a sickening thwack. Mark cried out, a sharp, surprised yelp of pain. The syringe flew from his hand, clattering against a display case and shattering, a clear liquid splattering onto the glass. He stumbled back, clutching his arm, his face contorted in a grimace of pain. "You little bitch," he snarled, his voice losing its calm, predatory tone, replaced by raw fury. "You actually hit me." I did not wait. It was hurt, momentarily disoriented. This was my only window. I did not know what to do with the hammer next, but the loading dock door was still sealed. I had to find another way. My eyes darted around, searching. Above the loading dock door, high up on the wall, was a small, dusty window. It was barred, but maybe, just maybe, you are going to regret that. "Sarah," Mark growled, his hand still clutching his arm. He started to advance again, his eyes blazing with a cold, murderous rage. The charming facade was completely gone now, replaced by the ugly truth. I scrambled up onto a nearby crate, then onto a stack of pallets. The window was still too high, maybe 15 feet up, but it was my only option. "Get down from there," Mark roared, his voice echoing through the warehouse. He was moving faster now, no longer limping, his initial shock wearing off. I threw the hammer at the window, hoping to shatter the glass, but it merely bounced off the bars with a dull clang. Not strong enough. It was old, Reinforced glass. Mark was at the base of the pallets now, reaching up, his fingers grasping at my ankle. You are mine. Sarah, you are not going anywhere. I kicked out, connecting with his hand. He grunted in pain. But his grip did not loosen. I could feel his fingers, cold and strong, wrapping around my ankle, pulling. No. I screamed, desperation lending me strength. I braced myself, kicking again, harder this time, aiming for his face. My shoe connected with his jaw. A satisfying smack. He recoiled, releasing my ankle with a roar of frustration. He stumbled back, shaking his head. That bought me a precious second. My eyes scanned the immediate area. A forklift? An old, yellow forklift sat idle near the loading dock, its mast reaching high. Could I reach the window from there? It was a long shot, but it was the only shot. I leaped from the pallets, landing awkwardly on the concrete, my ankle twisting painfully. I ignored it, adrenaline coursing through me. I sprinted towards the forklift, Mark cursing and shouting behind me. You think you can escape me? Sarah, no one escapes me. I reached the forklift, fumbling with the controls. It was old, probably had not been used in years. I jammed the key into the ignition, my hand shaking. Please, please start. Mark was almost on me, a feral look in his eyes. He was no longer trying to be gentle. He was just a predator, enraged. I twisted the key. The engine coughed, sputtered, then roared to life, a loud, grating sound that vibrated through the warehouse. The sudden noise startled Mark, making him hesitate for a fraction of a second. That was all I needed. I slammed the lever, and the mast of the forklift shuddered, then slowly began to rise. I did not know how to drive this thing, but I knew how to make it go up. What are you doing? Mark shrieked, his voice laced with disbelief and fury. He lunged, trying to grab me, but I was already too high, the mast lifting me towards the barred window. The forklift groaned, hydraulics whining. I was standing precariously on the small platform, clinging to the mast, swaying slightly. The window was getting closer, still too high, but within reach. I could hear Mark below, raging, trying to climb the forklift, but it was too tall, too slick. He was shouting obscenities, threats, promising me an even worse fate. I reached the top of the mast, level with the barred window. The glass was thick, reinforced. The bars were steel, rusted, but solid. I needed something heavy, something to pry. My eyes fell on a long, thick metal pipe, lying on the floor of the forklift platform. It looked like an old piece of scaffolding. It was heavy, maybe 10 feet long. Perfect. I wrestled with the pipe, grunting with effort, pulling it free. Mark was still below, trying to climb a stack of cases to reach me, his face a mask of furious determination. You won't get away with this. Sarah, I will find you. I will finish what I started. I ignored him, focusing all my energy on the window. I rammed the end of the pipe into the gap between the bars and the window frame, pushing with all my might. The rusted metal groaned, resisting. I pulled back, then slammed it again, using the leverage of the pipe. Creak, crack. A piece of the old mortar around the window frame crumbled, sending dust and debris raining down. One of the bars, loosened from its moorings, bent slightly outwards. No! Mark screamed, a sound of pure agony and frustration. My collection, my perfect collection. I kept at it, my muscles burning, sweat stinging my eyes. I hit the bar again and again, grunting with each blow, ignoring the pain in my ankle, the burning in my lungs. The bar bent further, creating a small gap, just enough for me to squeeze through, maybe. But the glass was still there. I slammed the pipe against the glass, ignoring Mark's desperate pleas and threats. Smash! The reinforced glass spiderwebbed, then burst inwards, showering the floor of the warehouse with sharp shards. A gust of cool, fresh air, smelling of rain and asphalt, rushed in, a heavenly scent after the suffocating formaldehyde. You broke it. You broke my warehouse. Mark shrieked, his voice cracking with despair. He sounded like a child whose favorite toy had been destroyed. I did not care. I shoved the pipe through the now broken window, using it to clear away the remaining glass shards and pry the bent bar further open. It was a tight squeeze, but I could make it. I pulled myself onto the window ledge, my body scraping against the rough concrete and jagged glass. My clothes tore, my skin ripped, but I did not feel it. All I felt was the cool air, the promise of freedom. Sarah, do not you dare. Mark was scrambling up the stack of cases now, his fingers just inches from my foot. I kicked out one last time, sending a volley of glass shards raining down on him. He cried out, shielding his face. Then, with a final desperate heave, I pushed myself through the opening. I was out. I was outside. I tumbled out of the window, falling maybe 10 feet onto a patch of overgrown weeds and broken asphalt. The impact jarred every bone in my body, sending a fresh wave of pain through my twisted ankle. I landed hard, gasping for breath, the taste of dust and blood in my mouth. But I was out. I was free. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the searing pain in my ankle, ignoring the cuts and bruises. I looked back at the warehouse. The broken window, a gaping, jagged hole, stared back at me like a single malevolent eye. Mark's face appeared in the opening, his eyes burning with an unholy rage. You think this is over? Sarah, you think you have escaped. I know where you live. I know everything about you. You are mine. You hear me. Mine? His voice, distorted by the broken glass in the distance, still carried a chilling promise. I did not wait. I turned and ran, limping, stumbling, but running, away from the warehouse, away from the dead women, away from Mark. I ran down the deserted dirt road, the cool night air whipping through my torn clothes, the sound of his enraged screams fading behind me. I did not know where I was going, but I knew I was going. Away. My ankle screamed in protest, each step sending a jolt of agony up my leg. My lungs burned, my throat was raw. But I kept running. The adrenaline was slowly fading, replaced by a cold, creeping fear that was worse than anything I would felt in the warehouse. He knew where I lived. He knew everything. The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me, colder and deeper than any physical pain. I had escaped the cage, but was I truly free? Or had I simply bought myself time, carrying the chilling promise of eternal beauty with me, knowing that somewhere out there, Mark was planning his next masterpiece, and I was still the one he truly wanted to finish. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing by the side of the road, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. The world spun around me, a dizzying blur of stars and shadows. I was alive, but I knew with a certainty that chilled me to my core that I would never truly be free. The image of those dead, staring women and Mark's final, chilling promise would haunt me for the rest of my days. My vibrant spirit, he had said, he would preserve it. And I knew with a sickening certainty that he would try. Again, the nightmare was far from over. It had just begun. Now, let us continue with the next story, My Blood Ran Cold. No, that is not quite right. My blood did not run cold. It froze solid in my veins. A block of ice that pressed against my heart and lungs, making it impossible to breathe. The text message glowed on my screen. A malevolent little beacon in the dim light of my living room. Heard about your car trouble. Maybe I can help you find that carburetor part. I know a guy. That was it. That was the line in the sand. The scar, the Mustang, the black coffee, the neon ghosts, Miller's Park, the work presentation. Those were chilling, unsettling, terrifying. But the carburetor part, that was a conversation I would had once in person with my buddy Mike over a greasy pizza just hours before. I had not texted about it, had not posted about it, had not even thought about it in a way that could be digitally intercepted. This was not a coincidence. This was not a mutual friend. Chloe was not just charming. She was everywhere. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering onto the hardwood floor. My eyes darted around the room, the familiar comfort of my apartment, suddenly alien, hostile. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. Was she here? Had she been here? How could she possibly know? The questions hammered at my skull, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I spent the next few hours in a paranoid frenzy. I checked my windows, drawing the blinds tight, then peering through the slats like a cornered animal. I checked my doors, bolting them, then double-checking the locks. I even pulled out my old laptop, running every antivirus and anti-spyware program I owned, convinced that somehow, some way, she would infected my devices. But everything came back clean. My digital footprint was as secure as I could make it. Yet, her knowledge was undeniable, irrefutable. Sleep was impossible. Every rustle of leaves outside, every distant car alarm, every shifting floorboard in the quiet of the night sent jolts of adrenaline through me. I imagined her out there, a shadowy figure watching my window, her bright, knowing eyes fixed on me. The thought made my skin crawl. The genuine charm I would initially seen in her profile, that spark that had drawn me in, now felt like a predatory lure. The next morning, I tried to regain some semblance of normalcy, but it was a losing battle. The world felt different, sharper, more threatening. As I walked my usual route to the coffee shop, I found myself scanning every face, every parked car, every alleyway. Every reflection in a shop window felt like a pair of eyes following me. I even changed my route, taking a longer, more circuitous path, just to throw off any potential tail. It was exhausting, this constant vigilance. When I finally got to work, I could not focus. My colleagues noticed my distractedness, my jumpiness. "Everything all right, man?" Mike asked, seeing the dark circles under my eyes. I just mumbled something about not sleeping well, unable to voice the terrifying truth. How could I explain that a woman I would met on a dating app knew more about my life than my closest friends? Knew things I would never shared with anyone? They would think I was crazy. Or worse, they would think she was crazy, and I was just being dramatic. I knew I could not ignore her. Not after the carburetor text. I had to confront her, or at least try to cut her off completely. So, with a racing heart and trembling fingers, I pulled up her contact on my phone. I typed out a message, then deleted it. "Look, Chloe, this is getting weird. Too accusatory. I think we should stop seeing each other. Too polite?" I finally settled on Chloe. "I do not think this is going to work out. I need some space. Please do not contact me again." Then, before I could second guess myself, I hit send. Immediately after, I blocked her number. Then I blocked her on Tinder, on Instagram, on iYouTube, everywhere I could think of. A wave of relief washed over me, brief and illusory. I felt a tiny glimmer of hope that maybe, just maybe, this would be the end of it. That she would just go away. The hope lasted precisely 12 minutes. My phone, which I would placed face down on my desk, buzzed. I flinched, my heart leaping into my throat. It was not my number, it was an unknown number. My stomach churned as I reluctantly picked it up. A text message. "Did you really think that would work?" My name. My breath hitched. It was Chloe. Of course, it was Chloe. How did she get a new number so fast? Or was it an old one? My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. I did not reply. I just stared at the screen, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Then another message came through, this one even more chilling. "I know, you just had the last of your leftover spaghetti for lunch. Hope you enjoyed it." The plate, still half eaten, sat on my desk. I had not moved from my chair. I had not opened my door. I was on the 3rd floor of my office building. How in the hell? I sprang up, knocking my chair backward. My colleagues looked at me, startled. I have to go," I stammered. grabbing my jacket. I needed to get out of there. I needed to understand. I raced home, my mind a blur of panic and theories. Was there a camera in my office? A bug? It was impossible. My workplace was secure. But Chloe's knowledge was undeniable. As I unlocked my apartment door, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The air inside felt heavy, stagnant. I checked every room, every closet, every nook and cranny, my paranoia reaching fever pitch. Nothing. No hidden cameras. No signs of forced entry. Everything was exactly as I would left it. Yet, the feeling of being watched was stronger than ever. That night, I did not even attempt to sleep in my bed. I pulled an old sleeping bag into the living room, near the front door, with a heavy wrench by my side. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that I was letting my imagination run wild. But the terror was real. The next few days were a blur of jumpiness and fear. Chloe did not text again from the unknown number, but that only made it worse. The silence was deafening, a suffocating blanket of anticipation. Every time my phone buzzed with a notification, I braced myself for the next horrifying message. Every time I stepped outside, I felt her eyes on me. I started seeing things. A car that looked exactly like hers, parked 2 blocks from my apartment. A figure with long, dark hair turning a corner just as I caught sight of them. I knew it was probably paranoia, but the doubt gnawed at me. What if it was not? What if she was just playing a new game, letting me stew in my own fear? I tried to confide in Mike, my closest friend. We met at a bar, a public place where I felt a tiny bit safer. I told him everything, from the scar to the carburetor. He listened, his face growing increasingly concerned. "Dude," he said, shaking his head, that is messed up. "Have you called the cops?" I hesitated. What would I tell them? A girl I went on one date with knows too much about me. They would laugh me out of the station. Or worse, they would tell me to just block her, which I already did. She just finds new ways. Stalking is a crime. Mike insisted. This is beyond creepy. This is serious. I know. I said, running a hand through my hair. But how do I prove it? She has not threatened me, not directly. She is just known things. Mike suggested I change my locks, maybe even consider moving. The thought of uprooting my entire life because of a Tinder date was infuriating, but the fear was starting to outweigh the inconvenience. That night, as I walked home from the bar, the streetlights seemed dimmer than usual. The familiar sounds of the city were muted, replaced by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced I was being followed. As I approached my apartment building, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shadow detaching itself from the deeper darkness of an alleyway across the street. My blood ran cold. This was not paranoia. This was real. I quickened my pace, fumbling with my keys as I reached my door. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the lock. I could feel eyes on me, burning into my back. I finally got the door open, slammed it shut behind me, and leaned against it, gasping for breath. Then, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible sound from inside my apartment. A soft click. Like a camera shutter. My heart stopped. I spun around, my eyes wide, searching the darkened living room. Nothing, but the sound. It had been real. I had not imagined it. My gaze fell on my bookshelf, where a small, framed photo of my deceased dog sat. Next to it, perched on the edge of the shelf, was a tiny, intricately carved wooden bird. It was a common enough trinket, but I knew with a horrifying certainty that it had not been there before. My hands were shaking as I reached for it. It was smooth, cool to the touch. As I turned it over, I saw a tiny, almost invisible hole drilled into its base. And inside the hole, a pinprick of red light, barely visible to the naked eye, blinking slowly. A camera. A hidden camera. In my apartment. My mind reeled. She had not just been watching me from afar. She had been inside. She had been here, in my sanctuary, my home. The realization hit me like a physical blow. The spaghetti, the work presentation, the running in Miller's Park. She had not been hacking my devices. She had been watching me, physically up close. Panic seized me. A raw, primal scream trapped in my throat. I tore through my apartment like a madman, yanking out drawers, flipping cushions, ripping down curtains. I found another one, hidden behind a potted plant. And another, tucked into the top of a lampshade. Small, sophisticated, almost impossible to detect. How many were there? How long had they been there? The thought of her seeing me, every private moment, every vulnerable action, every frustrated sigh, it was a violation so profound it made me sick to my stomach. She had not just known about my life, she had been living it with me, a silent, unseen observer. That night, I did not stay in my apartment. I could not. The thought of being in a space she had invaded, a space where she might still be watching, was unbearable. I packed a small bag, grabbed the wooden bird, and drove to Mike's place, telling him everything in a frantic, breathless rush. He was horrified. "We are calling the police, man," he said, his voice firm. "Now, this is beyond anything." We went to the precinct the next morning. I showed them the wooden bird, the tiny camera. I told them about the texts, about the scar, about the Mustang, about everything. The officers listened, their expressions shifting from skepticism to genuine concern, as I laid out the meticulously detailed pattern of Chloe's surveillance. They took the camera for forensics, promising to investigate. But even with the police involved, the fear did not dissipate. It only changed. Now, instead of just feeling watched by Chloe, I felt exposed, vulnerable, my life laid bare to strangers. The police opened a file, but they warned me it could be difficult. No direct threats, no physical harm yet. Just an escalating pattern of disturbing knowledge. They advised me to change my locks, install a security system, and be extra vigilant. All the things I would already considered, but now with the weight of official endorsement, days turned into a week. Chloe remained silent. No new texts, no sightings, no more hidden cameras. The silence was almost worse than the active harassment. It felt like the calm before a storm, a predator lying in wait. I changed my locks. I bought a new phone and a new number. I installed a comprehensive security system in my apartment, complete with motion sensors and cameras, the irony not lost on me. I tried to live my life, but the joy had been sucked out of everything. My Mustang, once a source of pride, now felt tainted. Black coffee, a simple pleasure, reminded me of her knowing smile. The scar above my eyebrow, once a childhood memory, was now a brand of terror. Then, about 2 weeks after I filed the police report, something happened that solidified my dread into a permanent fixture in my life. I was at work, trying to focus on a new project. My phone buzzed. It was Mike. "Dude, you gotta see this," he said. His voice tight with a mixture of disbelief and horror. "Remember that old photo you posted on your Instagram, like, years ago? The one from when we went hiking up in the mountains?" "Yeah, I think so." "What about it?" I asked, a cold knot forming in my stomach. Someone just commented on it. He said, "It is an old post from like 5 years ago." And the comment, "It is just one word." From a brand new account with no profile picture, no other posts. "What did it say?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "It just says found." My blood ran cold again, this time with a chilling finality. Found. Not found you. Just found, like she had been searching for something for a very long time, and now she had finally located it. My mind flashed back to our first match on Tinder, to her message. I almost did not swipe right, but then I saw that little scar above your left eyebrow, and I knew I had to. It was not a coincidence. It was not a random observation. She had not just seen the scar. She had been looking for it. For me, the police could not trace the anonymous account. It was gone almost as soon as it appeared. Chloe vanished as completely as she had arrived. but the terror she instilled in me never truly left. I still live in that apartment, but it never feels like home anymore. Every shadow hides a potential watcher. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of fear through me. I still drive my Mustang, but I constantly check for trackers, for anything out of place. I still drink black coffee, but the taste is always tinged with the bitterness of paranoia. I never saw Chloe again. The police investigation eventually went cold. But sometimes, when I am alone, late at night, I catch a glimpse of my reflection, and my eyes drift to that tiny scar above my left eyebrow. And I can't help but wonder, with a sickening certainty, if she is still out there, somewhere, still watching, still waiting, because she knows my scar. And she found me once. What is to stop her from finding me again? The next chapter begins here. So there I was, Alex, just your average guy, pushing 30, living in a decent apartment, and spending way too many nights binging true crime documentaries with a cold pizza. My dating life, let us just say it was about as active as a sloth on tranquilizers. After a particularly lonely Saturday night, I finally caved and downloaded Tinder. You know how it is. Swipe right, swipe left, an endless parade of faces and bios, half of them clearly fake. Then I saw her. Serafina. Her profile picture was something out of a magazine. Bright, intelligent eyes, a warm, genuine smile, and hair that looked like spun gold. Her bio was intriguing, a mix of quirky humor and a passion for obscure indie films. She seemed real. Too real, almost. I swiped right, not expecting much. To my surprise, we matched almost instantly. Our initial messages were easy, light, full of genuine laughs. We talked about everything, from our favorite coffee shops to our shared love for obscure 80s horror flicks. It felt like we clicked, like we would known each other for ages. After a few days of nonstop texting, we decided to meet for coffee at the Daily Grind, a cozy little spot just a few blocks from my apartment. It was my go-to, a place I felt comfortable in. I got there a few minutes early, heart doing that nervous little flutter you get before a first date. When Serafina walked in, she looked even more stunning in person. She was wearing a simple, elegant dress, and her smile lit up the whole room. We ordered our drinks of black coffee for me, a complicated latte for her, and settled into a quiet corner booth. The conversation flowed effortlessly. We talked about our jobs, our dreams, our embarrassing childhood stories. It was everything you would want a first date to be: easy, fun, and full of potential. I was genuinely enjoying myself, thinking maybe, just maybe, I would finally found someone interesting. Then, about 20 minutes in, mid-sentence about my less than thrilling accounting job, she paused. Her smile, which had been so genuine moments before, widened just a fraction too much. Her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes, seemed to lock onto mine with an unsettling intensity. "Oh," she said, her voice dropping a little, a playful lilt to it. "I almost forgot to thank you for the catnip mouse. Whiskers absolutely loves it." My heart, which had been doing a happy little flutter, slammed against my ribs. The clatter of espresso cups from the counter, the gentle hum of conversation around us, all of it faded into a dull roar. The air in the coffee shop, which had felt warm and inviting, suddenly turned ice cold. "I am sorry," I stammered, my voice barely a whisper. "Catnip mouse." "Whiskers," she giggled, a light, airy sound that somehow grated on my nerves. "Yes. Whiskers. My tabby, you know, the one with the little white patch over his left eye, here has been obsessed with that toy since you dropped it off last Tuesday. My blood ran cold. I do not have a cat. I have never owned a cat in my life. And I certainly had not bought a catnip mouse for anyone, let alone dropped it off at her place last Tuesday." My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Was this some kind of bizarre inside joke? A test? A misunderstanding? "Serafina," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, I think you have me confused with someone else. I do not have a cat, and I definitely did not bring your cat a toy. Her smile did not falter, but her eyes held a strange, knowing glint. Oh, Alex. Do not be silly. You even mentioned how you almost stepped on it when you were leaving. A wave of nausea washed over me. The memory she was describing was not mine, but it felt vivid. Like a nightmare, I would almost had my hands, resting on the table, felt clammy. I could feel a cold sweat trickling down my back. I really do not know what you are talking about. I insisted, my voice firmer now, bordering on desperate. I have never been to your place. I do not even know where you live. She leaned back, taking a slow sip of her latte, her gaze never leaving mine. Of course you do. It is the blue house on Elm Street, number 14. You were just there last week, remember? You left your keys on the counter for a minute, and Whiskers batted them around before you picked them up. My apartment was not on Elm Street. My keys were always in my pocket or on the hook by the door, but the way she described it, the little details, Whiskers batting the keys, it was chillingly specific. It was like she was describing a memory I should have, a memory she was trying to implant. This is not funny. Serafina, I said, my voice tight. I pushed my coffee cup away, the sudden movement making a small splash. Seriously, what are you doing? Her smile finally faded, replaced by a look of hurt, almost betrayal. I am just trying to have a nice date. Alex, why are you acting so strange? The tables had turned. Now I was the one being accused of being strange. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and growing fear. I looked around the coffee shop, searching for an escape, for a familiar face, for anything that could ground me back in reality. Everyone else seemed oblivious, lost in their own conversations, sipping their lattes. I think I need to go, I said, pushing myself up from the booth. My legs felt shaky. She stood up too, her movement fluid, graceful, almost predatory. Oh, but we were just getting to the good part. I wanted to tell you about the new security camera I installed by the front door. Just in case anyone tries to forget they were there. My blood ran cold again, but this time it was mixed with a surge of adrenaline. Security camera. Front door. Was she implying she had footage of me at a house I would never been to? Or was this a veiled threat, a promise to watch me? I did not say another word. I just turned and walked away, practically ran, out of the daily grind, leaving my unfinished coffee and a gaping Serafina behind. A cool autumn air hit my face like a slap. But it did little to clear my head. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I did not look back. I just walked, faster and faster, until I was practically sprinting back to my apartment. Every shadow seemed to stretch and twist. Every passerby felt like they were watching me. Was she following? Was she already there, waiting? When I finally burst through the door of my apartment, slamming it shut and locking it with a trembling hand, I leaned against it, gasping for breath. The silence of my place, usually a comfort, now felt heavy, suffocating. I tried to rationalize it all. Maybe she was just crazy. Maybe she had a vivid imagination. Maybe it was some bizarre dating game I was not in on. But the details, the specific, unsettling details, kept replaying in my mind. The catnip mouse, Whiskers, Elm Street, my keys. I pulled out my phone, my fingers fumbling as I navigated to Tinder. I found Serafina's profile and, without hesitation, blocked her. Then I went to my phone's contacts and blocked her number too, just in case. It felt like a childish act, a futile attempt to erase a deeply unsettling experience. But it was all I could do. The rest of the evening was a blur of paranoia. I checked my windows, making sure they were locked. I checked my front door again, adding the chain lock. I even peeked through the blinds, scanning the street below. Nothing. Just the usual quiet hum of city life. I tried to watch TV, to lose myself in a documentary, But my mind kept drifting back to Serafina's unnerving smile, her unsettlingly specific comments. I could not shake the feeling that she had not just been talking about a cat, she was talking about me. She knew things she should not. I eventually crashed on the couch, exhausted, but unable to sleep. Around 3 a.m., just as I was finally drifting off, my phone buzzed. My heart leaped into my throat. It was an unknown number. I stared at it, my breath hitched. My thumb hovered over the screen. No. Do not answer. I blocked it immediately. But then, a text came through from a different unknown number. It simply read, "Whiskers misses you. Alex." He really loved that mouse. My blood ran cold. This was not a coincidence. This was not some crazy person I could just block and forget. This was targeted. This was personal. How did she get my number, let alone a second number? And how did she know I had just blocked the first one? I sat bolt upright, my eyes darting around the darkened living room. The shadows seemed to deepen, to writhe. I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I tried to call the police, but what would I even say? A woman I met on Tinder knows about a cat I do not have and is sending me creepy texts. They would think I was insane. I spent the rest of the night huddled on the couch, the lights on, a baseball bat propped beside me. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of terror through me. I did not sleep a wink. The next morning, I was a wreck. My eyes were bloodshot, my nerves frayed. I called in sick to work, telling my boss I had a bad flu. I needed to figure this out. I needed to understand what was happening. I started with my online presence. I scrubbed my social media, changed all my passwords, made everything private. It felt like I was closing a barn door after the horse had bolted, but I had to try. I went back to Tinder, but Serafina's profile was gone. Completely deleted. It was like she had vanished into thin air, leaving only a trail of digital breadcrumbs that led nowhere. As the day wore on, the silence in my apartment became unbearable. I felt like I was being watched. Every move, scrutinized. I kept checking my phone, dreading another text, another unknown number. None came. The quiet was almost worse than the threats. It was the calm before the storm. Around noon, I decided I needed to get out, clear my head. I needed groceries anyway. I grabbed my keys, my wallet, and headed for the door. As I reached for the knob, I noticed something, a small, almost imperceptible scratch on the paint, just below the peephole. It looked fresh, like someone had tried to jimmy the lock, or maybe something else. My heart pounded. I had not noticed it before. Had it always been there? Or had someone been trying to get in? Or worse, had someone already been in? I hesitated, my hand frozen on the doorknob. The thought of stepping out and leaving my apartment vulnerable, or the thought of someone being inside with me, was terrifying, but I could not stay locked up forever. I needed food. I needed answers. I forced myself to open the door, stepping out into the hallway. I looked both ways, up and down the stairs. Empty. I walked quickly to the elevator, glancing over my shoulder every few steps. As the elevator doors closed, I caught a glimpse of something in the reflection of the polished metal. A flash of golden hair, just at the end of the hallway, near the stairwell. My breath hitched. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. Nothing, just the empty hallway. My mind was playing tricks on me. It had to be. The grocery store was a blur. I grabbed essentials, my eyes constantly scanning the aisles, convinced I would see her. Every woman with long, golden hair sent a jolt of panic through me. I rushed through checkout, practically throwing my items into the bag, and hurried back home. As I unlocked my apartment door, I noticed it again. Not the scratch, but something new. A small, brightly colored origami bird, sitting on my welcome mat. It was intricately folded, a vibrant blue. My stomach twisted into knots. I did not own anything like this. I had never seen anything like this. I picked it up with a tissue, my fingers trembling. It felt personal, like a calling card. I threw the bird into the trash, then bleached the doorknob, the mat, everything I could think of. I was spiraling. I knew it, but the evidence was mounting. Later that evening, the texts started again. This time, they were not about cats. I saw you at the store, Alex. You picked up oat milk. You usually go for almond. Trying something new. Your apartment is too quiet. You should get a plant. Maybe a fern for that empty corner by the window. Do not worry. I am just watching. For now, each text was from a different anonymous number. Each one more specific, more chilling than the last. She knew what I bought at the store. She knew about the empty corner in my living room. She was inside my head. Or she was inside my apartment. I called the police again. This time, I tried to be more coherent, more insistent. I told them about the texts, the origami bird, the scratch on my door. They took down my information, but their tone was dismissive. We will send an officer to take a report, sir, but without concrete evidence of a physical threat or forced entry, there is not much we can do. They made it sound like I was wasting their time. The officer who showed up was polite, but clearly skeptical. He looked at the scratch, shrugged. Could be anything. Old damage, moving furniture. He saw the texts, raised an eyebrow. Could be a prank, a jealous ex, or someone messing with you. Block the numbers, change your number if it gets too much. He offered to patrol the area more frequently, a gesture I knew was empty. I was on my own. That night, I did not even try to sleep. I sat in the dark, clutching the bat, my eyes fixed on the front door. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the old building was amplified into a thunderous crash. I tried to think, to plan, but my mind was a jumbled mess of fear and paranoia. Around midnight, a soft scratching sound started coming from my bedroom wall. It was faint at first, like tiny claws. Then it grew louder, more insistent. It was not a mouse. It was too rhythmic, too deliberate. It sounded like someone was dragging a fingernail, slowly, repeatedly, down the inside of my wall. I crept towards the bedroom door, my heart hammering. The scratching stopped. I held my breath, listening. Silence. Then a whisper, so faint I almost missed it. It seemed to come from inside the wall. Alex, you left your window open just a crack last night. Do not worry. I closed it for you. My blood froze. I never opened my bedroom window. Never. I always kept it locked. I dashed into the bedroom, my flashlight beam sweeping across the room. The window was indeed closed and locked, but as I examined the frame, I saw it. A tiny, almost invisible sliver of light coming from the top corner, where the seal was ever so slightly compromised. Someone had been there. Someone had been inside my bedroom, closing my window. I stumbled back, my mind reeling. How, when my apartment was on the 3rd floor, there was no fire escape, no easy access. Was she a spider woman, scaling walls, or was there another way? I started tearing my apartment apart. I checked every vent, every light fixture, every smoke detector. I pulled out furniture, peered behind bookshelves, under the sink. I was looking for cameras, for listening devices, for any sign of hidden access. Nothing. Not a single thing. It was like trying to catch smoke. Then, I remembered something. My laptop. I used it for everything. Work, entertainment, communication. I grabbed it, my fingers flying across the keyboard, searching for anything suspicious. And there it was. A tiny, almost imperceptible piece of software, hidden deep within my system files, a remote access Trojan. It had been there for weeks, maybe months. It was not just my phone she was getting information from. It was my entire digital life, my camera, my microphone, my keystrokes, my location, everything. The realization hit me like a physical blow. She had not just been watching me. She had been living with me digitally for who knew how long. She knew my habits, my routines, my fears. She knew about my true crime binges, about the pizza, about my preference for almond milk. She knew about the empty corner in my living room. She knew everything. My mind went back to the date, to Serafina's knowing smile, her unnervingly specific comments. The catnip mouse. Whiskers. Elm Street. She was not trying to implant false memories. She was testing me. She was showing me what she knew, how deep she was in my life, and watching my reaction. And the cat. Whiskers. Perhaps it was hers, and she was just waiting for me to connect the dots. Or perhaps it was a complete fabrication, a psychological weapon. The scratching sound returned, this time from the living room wall, right behind the couch where I was sitting. It was louder now, more confident, and with it, another whisper, clearer this time, laced with a chilling amusement. "You are getting closer, Alex." But not close enough. I scrambled off the couch, my heart a frantic drum solo in my chest. I stared at the wall, paralyzed by fear. The scratching stopped. Then, a small, almost imperceptible indent appeared on the wallpaper, just at eye level. It was pushing outwards, slowly, deliberately, like something was trying to break through. And then, a tiny hole appeared, and through it, a single, unblinking eye. A human eye. Serafina's eye. It was wide, bright, and utterly devoid of warmth. It was looking directly at me, through the wall, through the darkness, through my very soul. I screamed. A raw, guttural sound, torn from the deepest part of my being. I stumbled backwards, tripping over the coffee table, falling to the floor. The eye remained, fixed on me, a chilling beacon in the encroaching darkness. I do not know how long I lay there, trembling, staring at that terrifying eye. It felt like an eternity. Finally, slowly the eye blinked. Then it slowly, deliberately retracted. The tiny hole remained, a perfect, chilling circle in my living room wall. The silence that followed was the most terrifying sound I had ever heard. She was not just watching me from afar. She was not just hacking my devices. She was here, inside my walls. She had always been here. I scrambled to my feet, my legs still shaking, and grabbed the baseball bat. My apartment, my sanctuary, was now a cage, and the predator was already inside. I did not know how she got there, or how long she would have been waiting. But I knew one thing: the date was not over. It had only just begun, and I was trapped. And now something new begins. The world outside my office window was a blur of muted colors, streetlights streaking like desperate tears. My foot was glued to the accelerator, the engine screaming in protest as I pushed my old sedan past its limits. Every honk from another driver, every flash of headlights in my rearview mirror felt like a personal assault, a reminder that I was still trapped in this terrifying public space. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged, dry gasp. I know, you just had the last of your leftover spaghetti for lunch. Hope you enjoyed it. The words echoed in my mind, a venomous whisper. The half-eaten plate sat on my desk, 3 stories up, my office door closed. How could she possibly know? My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel, my knuckles white. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird trying to escape. Panic, cold and sharp, had seized me. The moment I read that text, an unknown number, just 12 minutes after I would blocked Chloe everywhere. The drive home was a blur of instinct and terror. I ran yellow lights, swerved around slower cars, my only thought to get back to my apartment, to the place that was supposed to be my sanctuary. But now, that sanctuary felt like the very eye of the storm. It was not just my car trouble she knew about anymore. It was not just a casual observation. This was inside. This was personal. Finally, I screeched into my apartment complex parking lot, tires protesting. I did not bother to park properly, abandoning the car at an angle, half in a visitor spot, half out. My legs felt like jelly, but I forced them to move, scrambling out of the car and sprinting towards my building. The 3 flights of stairs felt like a mountain. Each step was a painful reminder of how vulnerable I was, how exposed. My hand fumbled with my keys, trembling so badly I almost dropped them. The lock clicked, a sound that usually brought comfort, but tonight it only amplified the silence within. I pushed the door open, not bothering to turn on the lights. The dim light from the hallway spilled into my living room, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and writhed like specters. The first thing I did was sweep the apartment. Every room, every closet, my heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I moved like a predator, or perhaps like prey. My eyes darted into every corner, under every table, behind every curtain. The kitchen was empty. The living room, just my worn couch and coffee table. My bedroom, the bed unmade, clothes strewn on the floor. The bathroom, exactly as I would left it that morning. Nothing. No one. My breath hitched. No sign of forced entry. The windows were all locked, just as I would left them. The headbolt was still engaged. My stomach churned, a knot of dread tightening with every empty space. This was worse than finding someone. This meant she would been here or was watching in a way that left no trace. How could she have known about the spaghetti if she was not somehow in my office, or looking into my office from an impossible vantage point? I walked back to the living room, hands shaking. My gaze fell on my laptop, sitting innocently on my coffee table. I remembered running every anti-spyware program I owned hours ago, finding nothing. But what if she was smarter than that? What if it was not software? What if it was hardware? My eyes scanned the room again, slowly this time, looking for anything out of place. The smoke detector on the ceiling, the small, blinking light on my router, the tiny lens of my webcam, currently covered with a piece of electrical tape. My gaze lingered on the smoke detector. It was an older model, standard for the building, but what if it was not? What if it had been replaced? I grabbed a chair, my hand still trembling, and dragged it under the smoke detector. I climbed onto it, my fingers fumbling around the plastic casing. It felt solid, normal. I twisted it, and it came away from the ceiling with a click. Inside, wires, dust, and nothing. Just the standard components. My breath sagged out of me, a mix of relief and renewed terror. Relief that I had not found a hidden camera. Terror because the mystery remained. I checked the vents, the light fixtures, even the small hole where the cable wire came into the wall. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was like trying to catch smoke. The silence of the apartment was suffocating. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I felt like I was losing my mind. How could I explain this to anyone? This woman I went on one Tinder date with knows what I had for lunch, even though I blocked her and she should not know where I work. And I can't find any cameras, but I know she is watching me. They would think I was crazy. I pulled out my phone, my fingers hovering over my friend Mark's contact. He was the one I would talk to about my car troubles, the one Chloe could not possibly have known about unless he would told her. No. Mark was a good guy. He hated Chloe as much as I did after her initial intense pursuit. He would not. Could he? The paranoia was a poison, seeping into every corner of my mind, even turning against my closest friends. I put the phone down. I could not risk it. Not yet. My apartment, once a place of comfort, had become a hostile cage. I felt every inch of its walls, every piece of furniture, watching me. I went to the windows, pulling the blinds shut with a violent tug, as if that would somehow sever the invisible connection. It would not. She already knew too much. Sleep was a distant, impossible dream. I tried to lie down on my bed, but my mind raced. Every shadow in the room seemed to deepen, to twist into menacing shapes. I kept seeing Chloe's face in my mind's eye, that charming, innocent smile that now felt like a predator's lure. The way her eyes had sparkled, how she would seem so genuinely interested in everything I said. It was all a performance, a trap. I got up, pacing the apartment. I needed a plan. I needed to do something. But what? The police would laugh me out of the station. A woman you went on a date with sent you a weird text. That is not a crime. I had no proof. Just a chilling text message and a gut feeling that screamed danger. My eyes fell on my front door. I had a standard deadbolt and a chain lock. Not enough. I dragged my heavy wooden desk chair and wedged it under the doorknob, angling it so that any force against the door would be met with resistance. Then, I piled a stack of empty aluminum cans on top of the chair, a makeshift alarm system. It was pathetic, but it was all I had. I spent the rest of the night sitting on my couch, a baseball bat gripped tightly in my hands, staring at the front door. Every creak, every distant car alarm, every whisper of the wind against the window sent my heart into a frenzy. I must have drifted off for a few minutes at some point, because I jolted awake to the sound of my own ragged breathing, the bat still clutched in my hands, my muscles aching. The first rays of dawn were just beginning to filter through the blinds, casting the apartment in a sickly gray light. The exhaustion was bone deep, but the terror was still fresh. I knew I could not go to work. I called in sick, mumbling something about a stomach bug. My boss sounded annoyed, but I did not care. I could not face the world. Not like this. Not when I knew she was out there, watching, waiting. I spent the day in a state of hyper-awareness, jumping at every sound. I did not eat, did not shower, just sat there, hunched over, clutching the bat, my eyes darting around the room. I felt utterly alone, completely exposed. Around noon, my phone buzzed. I flinched, dropping the bat with a clatter. It was Mark. I stared at his name on the screen, my paranoia flaring. Could Chloe have used him? No, it was ridiculous. I finally answered, my voice hoarse. Hey man, okay. You sound rough. Everything all right? Mark's voice was genuinely concerned. Yeah, just not feeling great. Got a nasty bug. I lied, my voice cracking. Bummer. Listen, I was calling because, well, I know you were having trouble with your car. I was talking to Chloe earlier, and she mentioned she knew a guy who could get that carburetor part for you, like, cheap, that she remembered you talking about it. My blood ran cold. The phone slipped from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor. The line in the sand, that conversation hours before I would even met Chloe in person, with only one friend. Mark. It was Mark. He was the only one who could have known. Chloe mentioned she knew a guy. The words echoed, twisting everything. Chloe was not just charming. She was everywhere. And now I knew how she got the initial information. Mark, innocently, probably trying to be helpful, had been her unwitting informant. But how did she know about the spaghetti? That was hours after I would blocked her. Hours after I would had that conversation with Mark. I picked up the phone, my hands shaking so violently I could barely hold it. Mark was still on the line, sounding confused. Hello. You there? Mark? I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. Did you tell Chloe about my car? Trouble? Yeah, man. I think so. A while back, when she was asking about you. Why? And did you ever tell her where I work? Or my address? No, dude, of course not. Why would I? What is going on? I hung up. I could not talk to him. Not now. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Mark was innocent. He was just a pawn. Chloe had used him, charmed him, extracted information without him even realizing it. But that did not explain the spaghetti. That did not explain the impossible knowledge. My gaze fell on the window again, the blinds still drawn. My apartment was 3 stories up. No easy way in from the outside unless she had been here before. Before I changed the locks, no. I would change them recently, after a minor break-in scare. I pulled out my phone again, my fingers flying across the screen. I pulled up my building's website, looking for any information on security cameras. Nothing obvious, just a general statement about monitored premises. Then a thought, cold and horrifying, burrowed into my mind. I remembered a conversation with the building manager a few weeks ago. He would mention upgrading the fire alarm system, installing new, more sensitive smoke detectors that were smart. He would even said they had occupancy sensors to help with energy efficiency. My eyes shot to the smoke detector on the ceiling, the one I would checked earlier, finding nothing. I climbed back onto the chair, my hands trembling. I twisted it again, pulling it down. Wires. Dust. And then, tucked away, almost hidden by a bundle of older wires, I saw it. A tiny, almost imperceptible lens. No bigger than a pinhead. It was integrated into the side of the casing, facing downwards. Towards my desk. Towards my living room. My breath hitched. My entire body went rigid. It was not a camera I could find by scanning for Wi-Fi signals. It was hardwired, part of the building's smart system, and someone had access to it. Someone like Chloe. I ripped the smoke detector from the ceiling, wires tearing. A small red light on the device blinked once, then went dark. It was real. She had been watching me. All along, not just from outside, but from inside my own home. My blood ran cold, then boiled with a sickening rage. I stumbled back, dropping the broken device to the floor. The realization was a tidal wave, washing away any remaining shred of my sanity. She had not broken in. She had not hacked my webcam. She had simply found a way to tap into the building's own surveillance, turning my apartment into her personal reality show. The spaghetti comment, the car trouble, everything. It was all laid bare for her. My phone buzzed again. I stared at it, a new, unknown number. I did not want to answer. I did not want to see it. But a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand, compelled me. I tapped the screen. It was not a text. It was a video call. From Chloe. My finger hovered over the red decline button, but I could not bring myself to press it. I had to know. I had to see her face. I had to see if there was any flicker of humanity left in her. I answered. Her face filled the screen. That same charming smile. But now it was twisted, predatory. Her eyes, usually sparkling, were cold, devoid of warmth. She was in a car, parked somewhere dark. I could see the faint glow of streetlights reflecting in the window behind her. "Did you find my little present?" she asked, her voice soft, almost a purr. "I knew you would eventually. You are smarter than you look." My throat was dry. I could not speak. "Do not worry," she continued, her smile widening, revealing perfectly white teeth. That was not the only one. "They are everywhere, darling. In every building, every apartment, just waiting to be noticed." I stared at her, horrified. "What do you want?" I finally managed to croak out. "What do I want?" She tilted her head, a mock, innocent expression on her face. "I want you." My name. I thought that was obvious. "I just want you to understand that you can't escape me. You can't hide. I am always here. Always watching." My eyes darted around my apartment, the broken smoke detector lying on the floor. "You are sick," I whispered, my voice trembling. She laughed, a low, throaty sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Maybe, but I am also persistent. And I am very, very patient." Then her eyes flickered, looking past me, as if she could see into my apartment through the phone screen itself. "You left your window open a crack," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. I could hear you breathing. My blood froze. I had checked all the windows. They were locked tight. I knew it, but the way she said it, the certainty in her voice, I instinctively turned, looking at the window behind me, the blinds still drawn. Do not bother checking, she said, her voice now dangerously close to a whisper. It is not that window. It is the one in your bedroom. My heart hammered. My bedroom window was definitely locked. I would checked it multiple times. But then, a subtle, almost imperceptible scratching sound. It was not from outside, it was from inside the wall. A faint, persistent scraping, like something trying to burrow its way out. Chloe's smile broadened, and she slowly raised her hand, putting a finger to her lips. Shh, she whispered. Do not want to scare the little mice, do we? The scratching intensified, a frantic, desperate sound coming from inside the wall of my bedroom, not just invading. She was inside. Not physically, but in a way that was far more terrifying. She had found a way to embed herself into the very fabric of my home, my life. I slammed the phone down, the screen shattering against the floor. The scratching continued. A chilling symphony of unseen horrors. I backed away, my eyes wide, my body trembling uncontrollably. My apartment was not just a cage. It was a tomb, and I was trapped inside with a ghost who knew my every breath. Let us transition into the next story, the sliver of light. It was barely a crack, a faint, almost imperceptible promise of something beyond this mausoleum of human stillness. But it was there, a beacon at the far end of the endless rows of eerily lifelike women. Hope, a dangerous, fragile thing, sparked in my chest, threatening to ignite into a full-blown blaze of panic. I had to get to it. Mark's voice. A low, guttural hum seemed to vibrate through the very floorboards beneath me. The sweet smell of formaldehyde and fear, it is intoxicating. You, Sarah, you are going to be my masterpiece. Eternal beauty. His words confirmed my worst fears. He would watch me for weeks. Our dates, a prelude to this horror. It was too close. His cold eyes surely scanning the shadows, enjoying my fear. Agonizingly, I inched along the narrow space between cases, my back scraping against the cold glass. Each movement was a gamble, a potential disaster. The potent embalming fluid seemed to seep into my skin, threatening to turn me into one of them. Waxy, vacant, frozen in a silent scream. I could almost feel their dead eyes on me. Hundreds of them, all witnesses to my slow, creeping dread. Mark's voice drifted closer. There is no escaping the cage. My breath hitched. He was enjoying this hunt. He was enjoying my fear. I rounded a case, my heart leaping into my throat. There he was, 20 feet away, his back to me, admiring a victim. He stood there, a silhouette against the dim, sickly yellow light, his head tilted, as if in profound contemplation of his gruesome art. My chance. I had to move, weaving through endless rows of these silent, staring women. I pushed forward, eyes fixed on that distant light. Mark's monologue, a constant, chilling accompaniment, was a venomous stream of whispers about perfection, about capturing moments, about me. Every step was a monumental effort. My muscles screamed, my lungs burned. The air, thick with a chemical tang of preservation, felt like a physical weight pressing down on me. I imagined it coating my throat, searing my airways, preparing me for my own eternal display. My fingers, clammy with sweat, grazed the cold glass of a display case. Inside, a woman with auburn hair, her face serene, almost beautiful, gazed out. Her eyes, though, were the horror. They were empty, devoid of life, yet they seemed to hold a silent, profound understanding of my predicament. She knew, they all knew, they were the audience to my demise, or my escape. I bit back a sob. This was not some macabre art exhibit. It was a charnel house, a monument to a madman's twisted desires. And I was the next piece. My mind, in a desperate attempt to escape the present horror, flashed back. Tinder. It had all started with Tinder. Mark's profile picture showed a handsome man with kind eyes, a charming smile. His bio was witty, intelligent, full of interests that mirrored my own. He seemed perfect. Too perfect, perhaps. But in the sea of questionable profiles and awkward first dates, he was a refreshing change. Our first date was at a cozy little bistro downtown. He was attentive, funny, and genuinely interested in what I had to say. He remembered details from my profile, asked insightful questions, and made me laugh. I remember thinking, finally, someone normal, someone good. But even then, a tiny, almost imperceptible flicker of unease had stirred within me. He would seem to know things about me that I had not explicitly mentioned. A specific coffee shop I frequented, a book I would casually post it about on Instagram. When I would brought it up, he would laugh it off. Oh, I am just good at noticing details. Sarah, you are a fascinating person. It had been flattering then. Now the memory was a cold, sharp blade. The second date was even better. He brought me flowers, my favorite kind, though I could not recall ever telling him what they were. We walked through a park, and he recounted stories from his childhood, making him seem vulnerable, human. He talked about his passion for collection, for preserving beauty. I would assume he meant art, antiques, maybe even rare books. Never once did my mind wander to this. You have such a vibrant spirit. Sarah, he would said, his eyes lingering on me a little too long. It is a rare thing, something worth cherishing. His words, once sweet and complimentary, now echoed in the cavernous gallery, coated in a thick layer of terror. Cherishing, preserving. He would ask me about my fears, my dreams, my deepest desires. I would opened up foolishly, completely. He would listen intently, his gaze never leaving my face. He was not just listening, he was absorbing, analyzing, cataloging. He was collecting information, preparing his future masterpiece. The last date, he would invited me to an exclusive private viewing at a gallery he claimed to have access to. It is a very unique collection. Sarah, I think you will appreciate its artistry. He would have been so persuasive, so charming. I would dressed up, excited for a cultured evening. He drove me to a secluded industrial area, the kind of place you would never expect a gallery to be. It is an underground scene, he would explain. A glint in his eye I now recognized as pure predatory glee. The building was nondescript, a warehouse really, with no windows. He would lead me inside, down a dimly lit corridor, and then the door had slammed shut behind me. The overwhelming smell of formaldehyde had hit me instantly. That was the moment. The click of the lock, the sudden suffocating scent, the way his smile had widened, showing too many teeth. That was the moment my world had tilted on its axis, and I realized I was not on a date. I was in a trap. Sarah, where are you? We are all friends here. His voice, closer now, jolted me back to the present. The word friends was a barbed hook, tearing at my sanity. He was toying with me, enjoying the hunt. My gaze snapped back to the sliver of light. It seemed impossibly far, a distant star in a sky of death. I pushed harder, my legs burning. The space between the cases was so narrow, sometimes I had to turn sideways, my chest brushing against the cold glass, my mind screaming at the proximity to the preserved bodies. I could feel the faint tremor of my own frantic heartbeat against the glass, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of the dead. One of the women, a young blonde with her head tilted as if listening, seemed to gaze directly at me. Her expression was one of eternal surprise, a horror that had been meticulously frozen in time. I imagined my own face, wide-eyed, mouth agape, forever preserved in this nightmare. No, I would not let him. The formaldehyde burned my lungs with every shallow breath. My eyes stung, watering slightly, blurring the already dim surroundings. Each shadow seemed to twist into Mark's looming figure. Each distant creak of the building sounded like his footsteps. Then, a misstep. My foot caught on something, a loose floorboard, a stray piece of debris. I stumbled, my hand flying out, slamming against a glass case. A dull thud echoed in the silence, a sound that felt deafening in the stillness. My breath hitched. I froze, my body rigid, listening. Silence. Then, Mark's voice, a little closer, a little sharper. "Did you hear that, my dear? Sounds like someone's getting clumsy. Do not want to break my beautiful art, do we?" He knew. He heard. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. I squeezed my eyes shut for a moment, forcing myself to take a slow, silent breath. Panic was a luxury I could not afford. The light. Had to focus on the light. It was maybe 50 feet away now. Still a sliver, but definitely a doorway. It was not a trick of the light, it was real. Hope, though battered and bruised, surged again. I pressed on, moving with renewed caution, each step deliberate, silent. The rows of cases seemed to stretch on forever, a labyrinth of the deceased. I passed women of all ages, all types. A child with braided hair, an elderly woman with a gentle smile, a young woman with a defiant tilt to her chin. Each one a life stolen, a story ended, transformed into a macabre display. My fingers brushed against the cold metal frame of the last case. I was almost there. The sliver of light was now a thin rectangle, clearer, brighter. It was a doorway, leading to somewhere, anywhere but here. I pushed through the gap between the final two cases, my shoulders scraping painfully against the glass. I was out of the main gallery. I stood in a narrow, dimly lit corridor. The air here was different, still stale, but without the overwhelming chemical stench. It smelled of dust, old concrete, and something metallic, like rust. The light came from a single, bare bulb hanging precariously from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows. My heart leaped. This was it. A chance. I did not hesitate. I dashed down the corridor, my footsteps echoing loudly on the concrete floor. My legs, stiff from crouching and slow movement, protested, but adrenaline coursed through me, urging me forward. "Sarah, you can't run forever." Mark's voice boomed from behind me, much closer now, resonating with a new edge of irritation. He was no longer playing games. He was coming for me. The corridor seemed endless. On either side, there were closed, unmarked doors, heavy and made of steel. Each one a potential escape, each one a potential dead end. I did not dare try them. I kept running, my eyes scanning ahead, desperate for another exit, a window, anything. Then, at the very end of the corridor, another door. This one was slightly ajar, a crack of darkness showing within, and beside it a small, faded sign exit. My breath caught in my throat. Exit. The word was a balm to my terror-stricken mind. I pushed myself harder. A desperate burst of speed. My lungs burned, my vision blurred, but I was so close. Just as my hand reached for the doorframe, a heavy thud echoed behind me. Mark, he was running too. I did not look back. I shoved the door open and stumbled through. I found myself in a different kind of room. It was vast, cavernous, and even darker than the corridor. The air was cold, damp, and smelled strongly of earth and mildew. My eyes struggled to adjust, but I could make out large, shadowy shapes, tarps, crates, more unsettling tools. This was not an exit to the outside. This was a basement, or a sub-basement. My heart sank. Another trap. He had led me into another part of his twisted domain. The door slammed shut behind me, plunging the room into near total darkness. Only a faint, sickly green light filtered in from high windows, barely illuminating the colossal space. "Clever girl," Mark's voice purred, closer than I expected. He must have followed me instantly. "You chose the workshop." My favorite place. I spun around, my back hitting something hard and cold, a metal workbench. My hands fumbled, frantically searching for something, anything to defend myself. My fingers closed around a heavy, blunt object. A wrench. It was cold, oily, and offered a sliver of desperate hope. "Do not bother." "Sarah," Mark chuckled, his voice echoing in the vast space. "There is nowhere to go, and nothing you can do." I could just make out his silhouette, standing by the door, framed by the faint light from the corridor. He was bigger than I remembered, a menacing shadow. "Why are you doing this?" I croaked, my voice raw, barely a whisper. "Why?" He sounded genuinely surprised. "Because you are perfect." "Sarah, your spirit, your beauty, your fear. It is exquisite. I have never found a subject quite like you, so vibrant, so full of life. You will make the most magnificent addition to my collection. My masterpiece. You will be admired for centuries." He took a step forward, then another. The sound of his heavy boots on the concrete floor was like a death knell. "You watched me," I accused, my voice gaining a desperate edge. "From the beginning. The dates, the compliments, it was all a lie." "A prelude," he corrected, his voice taking on a dreamy quality. "A courtship. I needed to understand you, to appreciate your essence, before I could immortalize it. To capture that spark. Most people, they just exist. They fade. But you, Sarah, you deserve to be eternal." He was close now, a mere 15 feet away. I could smell him, a faint, sickly sweet scent that mingled with the metallic tang of the room. I tightened my grip on the wrench. "I won't let you," I said, my voice shaking, but with a new resolve. "I won't be one of your exhibits." He laughed, a low, chilling sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You do not have a choice, my dear. No one ever does." He lunged. It was a blur. I swung the wrench wildly, a desperate, clumsy arc. It connected with something hard, a grunt of pain. Mark stumbled back, clutching his arm. "Bitch," he snarled, his voice losing its calm. "Cultured veneer, replaced by raw fury. You will regret that." He lunged again, this time faster, his eyes blazing in the dim light. I did not have time to react. He grabbed my arm, his grip like steel. I screamed, thrashing, trying to pull away. The wrench clattered to the floor. He was immensely strong. He twisted my arm behind my back, pushing me against the workbench. My head hit the metal with a sickening thud, stars exploding behind my eyes. Pain lanced through my skull. "You are going to be beautiful." "Sarah," he whispered into my ear, his breath hot and foul. "So beautiful." I felt a cold, sharp prick on my neck. A needle. Panic surged. A tidal wave of pure, unadulterated terror. He was injecting me, something to sedate me, to paralyze me, to prepare me for his gruesome work. No, not like this. My vision swam. My body felt heavy, sluggish, but a desperate primal instinct took over. My hand, still free, blindly swept across the workbench. My fingers closed around something small, cold, and razor-sharp. A scalpel with a final, desperate surge of adrenaline. I brought my arm up, not caring where it landed, just aiming for him. The blade connected, a searing pain, and Mark cried out, a guttural roar of agony. His grip loosened. He stumbled back, clutching his face. I could hear him gasping, whimpering. I pushed myself away from the workbench, my legs wobbly, my head throbbing. My vision was still blurry, but I could see him, a dark shape doubled over, blood gushing from his face. This was my chance. I did not think. I just ran, stumbling through the vast, dark room, my body screaming in protest, the sedative already making my limbs feel like lead. I needed a real exit. I crashed into a stack of crates, sending them toppling with a loud clatter. Mark screamed again, a sound of pure rage and pain. "You are dead. Sarah, you are dead." I ignored him, pushing myself forward. The faint green light from the high windows was my only guide. I saw another door, smaller than the one I would enter through, tucked away in a corner. It looked like a maintenance door, perhaps leading outside. I lunged for it, fumbling with the handle. It was stiff, rusted, my fingers slipped, my strength failing. The sedative was taking hold. My movements were slow, uncoordinated. "Sarah." Mark's voice was closer, menacing. He was coming. I gripped the handle with both hands, twisting, pulling, pushing. With a groan of protest, the door finally gave way, creaking open just enough for me to squeeze through. I tumbled out into the night. A cold air hit me like a shock, bringing a moment of clarity. I was outside. A narrow alleyway, dark and grimy, stretched before me. Beyond it, I could see the faint glow of streetlights, hear the distant hum of traffic. Civilization. I scrambled to my feet, my body protesting every movement. The world was spinning. I could hear Mark's furious roars from inside the building, the sound of glass shattering. He was coming. I ran. I did not know where I was going. Just away from the warehouse, away from the smell of formaldehyde, away from the silent staring women, away from Mark. My legs were jelly. My head pounded. The sedative was making me dizzy, disoriented. I stumbled, fell, scraped my knees on the rough asphalt, but I pushed myself up again. I had to keep moving. I burst out of the alleyway onto a deserted street. No cars, no people, just empty warehouses under a cold, indifferent moon. I kept running, my breath ragged, my lungs burning. Every shadow seemed to hold Mark's lurking figure. Every distant sound was his pursuing footsteps. I ran until my body gave out, collapsing onto the sidewalk, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. I was shaking uncontrollably, cold and terrified. Was he still behind me? I did not dare look back. I just lay there, huddled in a ball, listening to the pounding of my own heart, the only sound in the terrifying silence. Eventually, a distant siren wailed. Then another. And another. Had someone heard my screams? Had someone called the police? Or was it just a coincidence? I did not know. All I knew was that I was alive. I had escaped. But as the sirens grew closer and the first faint glimmer of dawn touched the horizon, I knew one thing with chilling certainty. I would never truly be free. The image of those vacant eyes, the smell of formaldehyde, Mark's chilling voice, they would be preserved in my mind, an eternal exhibit of my own personal horror, and I would forever wonder, in the darkest corners of my nightmares, if he was still out there, searching for his next masterpiece, or perhaps still searching for me. Your next story starts right here. Officer Miller, a stern woman with kind eyes, stood in my living room, her gaze sweeping over the space I would once considered my impenetrable fortress. The air hung heavy, thick with the scent of her uniform and the lingering ghost of my own terror. I watched her, my heart still thrumming a frantic rhythm against my ribs as she knelt by the doormat, her gloved fingers carefully prodding the small gray pebble. It was still there, a chilling testament to my violated privacy. The silent scream of a message. No signs of forced entry, she stated, her voice calm, professional, but beneath it, I could sense a flicker of her own concern. Could be a picked lock or an unlocked window, like you said. A sickening thought. My third-floor apartment, I was usually so meticulous. But the fire escape, Liam had mentioned it, that casual, offhand remark during our one and only Tinder date about how he liked the view from my fire escape. At the time, I would brushed it off as a strange compliment. Now it was a terrifying blueprint. She took photos of the pebble, then carefully bagged it as evidence. My eyes followed its trajectory, watching it disappear into a clear plastic pouch. Part of me wanted it gone, to erase the proof of his intrusion. Another part, the terrified, rational part, knew it was my only concrete evidence. Without it, I was just a hysterical woman with a wild story. I will need his full name, any contact info you have, and a picture if you have one, she said, looking up at me. Her kind eyes held a steady gaze, reassuring but not dismissive. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers still clammy, and pulled up Liam's Tinder profile. His charming smile, the one that had initially drawn me in, now twisted into a sinister sneer in my mind. He looked so normal, so harmless. A wolf in a very attractive, well-tailored sheep's clothing. Liam Hayes. I managed, my voice still a little shaky. He works in marketing. I think, said he was new to the city. Officer Miller jotted down the details, her pen scratching against her notepad. We will look into him. We will check for any priors, see if he is known to us. She paused, then added, in the meantime, I would advise you to change your locks immediately. And check all your windows. If you have a landlord, inform them. Consider staying with a friend for a few nights, just until we have had a chance to investigate. Stay with a friend. The words hung in the air, a stark reminder that my sanctuary was no longer safe. The thought of sleeping in my bed, knowing he would been here, knowing he might still be watching, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Thank you, officer, I said, feeling utterly drained. She nodded, then walked me to the door. Before she left, she turned back, her expression serious. If anything else, anything at all happens, you call us immediately. Do not hesitate. The click of the lock after she left echoed in the sudden, profound silence of my apartment. It was not just quiet, it was an oppressive, suffocating quiet, the kind that makes you hyper-aware of every creak, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside. The pebble was gone, but its absence was almost worse. It was a phantom limb of fear, a constant ache where proof used to be. I walked slowly through my apartment, a ghost in my own home. Every object felt tainted. The ZZ plant, my new pride and joy, sat innocently on the shelf, but I saw Liam's eyes on it, heard his voice complimenting its vibrant green. My bathroom, where the phantom scent of Old Spice had lingered yesterday, now felt like a stage for his unseen presence. He had not just entered my apartment, he would defiled it. He would taken away my sense of security, my peace. Sarah, my best friend, was on the phone almost immediately after Officer Miller left. I would called her first, before 911, and she would have been a whirlwind of panic and support. Emily. Is she gone? Are you okay? Her voice was laced with frantic worry. She is gone, I whispered, sinking onto my couch, not daring to sit in my usual spot near the window. She took the pebble, said she would look into Liam. Good. You can't stay there. Come to my place. Please. I will come get you right now. The idea of leaving was tempting, so tempting. But a stubborn defiance, born of fear and anger, dug its heels in. Why should I be the one to flee? This was my home. Leaving felt like admitting defeat, like letting Liam win. And part of me, the irrational, fear-fueled part, worried that if I left, he would know he would gotten to me. He would know he would succeeded. No, I said, surprising myself with the firmness in my voice. No. I am not leaving. I am going to change the locks. And I am going to get some of those window alarms. He is not going to scare me out of my own apartment. Sarah sighed, a sound of frustration and concern. Emily, this is not a movie. This is real life. You need to be safe. I will be, I insisted, though my voice wavered slightly. I am not running. I spent the rest of the evening in a heightened state of alert. Every shadow seemed to lengthen. Every creak of the old building sounded like footsteps. I double-checked the locks, then triple-checked them, I even went out and bought a cheap, motion-activated security camera from a late-night hardware store, sticking it to the wall opposite my front door. It was a flimsy piece of plastic, but it gave me a sliver of comfort, a false sense of control. Sleep did not come easily. My mind raced, replaying every detail of the date, searching for clues I would missed, for red flags I would ignored. His intense stare, his slightly too personal questions, the way his hand had lingered on mine when he said goodbye, it all felt sinister now, imbued with a dark, predatory intent. I drifted in and out of a restless slumber, plagued by nightmares of Liam standing over my bed, his face obscured by shadow, a small gray pebble clutched in his hand. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and forced normalcy. I changed the locks, installed the window alarms, and even bought a door wedge. My apartment, once a place of comfort, now felt like a fortified bunker. Every time I left, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, the unnerving sensation of being watched. I would glance over my shoulder, scan the street, convinced I would see Liam's face in the crowd, his knowing smirk. Officer Miller called a few days later. Her voice was apologetic. We checked Liam Hayes. We found a few public records, but nothing concrete. No criminal history. His last known address was a temporary rental, and he has since moved out. The landlord said he gave notice and left without issues. We tried his phone number, but it is disconnected. His social media profiles seem to have been deactivated. My stomach churned. So he just vanished. It seems that way, she confirmed. We will keep an eye out, but without any further incidents, there is not much more we can do right now. The pebble did not yield any prints, and there is no other evidence of a break-in. I hung up, a cold dread seeping into my bones. He had not just broken into my apartment. He would vanished without a trace, a ghost in the system. The police could not find him. That meant I was on my own. The subtle escalation began a week later. It started small, almost imperceptible. I would come home from work, tired and on edge, and notice something was off. My ZZ plant, which I always kept perfectly aligned on its stand, would be slightly askew. My favorite coffee mug, which I always left on the drying rack, would be in the cupboard. Things that could easily be attributed to my own forgetfulness, my own distraction. But I knew I had not moved them. One morning, I found a piece of mail in my mailbox that had clearly been opened and then taped shut again, clumsily. It was just a flyer for a local grocery store, nothing important. But the violation of it, the quiet, insidious message it sent, made my blood run cold. He was still watching. He was still here. I started checking my security camera footage religiously. Most of it was mundane. The mailman, my neighbors, the occasional cat. But then, one night, I saw it. A flicker, a shadow. Just outside my door, a dark shape darted past the frame, too fast to identify, too indistinct to be certain. But it was there. And it was enough. I called Officer Miller again, my voice tight with barely suppressed hysteria. He is still here. He is messing with my mail. He is moving things in my apartment. I saw him on my camera. She listened patiently, her tone sympathetic but firm. Emily, we can't open a full investigation based on a blurry shadow and some moved items. We need something more concrete. Can you describe the person you saw? No, it was just a shadow. But it was him. I know it was. I was practically screaming into the phone. A pause. Emily, I understand you are scared, but without direct evidence, our hands are tied. Have you considered staying with a friend, even for a few days, to clear your head? Her words stung, making me feel like I was spiraling, that she thought I was imagining things. I hung up, tears of frustration and terror streaming down my face. I was alone in this. Truly alone. The psychological warfare intensified. My sleep became almost non-existent. Every night, I would lie awake, listening, straining to hear anything out of place. The wind rattling a window, the pipes groaning in the walls, the distant hum of traffic, they all became potential threats. I started seeing Liam's face in crowds, in reflections, even in the patterns on my ceiling. My nerves were frayed, my skin crawling with a constant low hum of anxiety. Sarah came over often, bringing me food, trying to coax me out of the apartment. She would listen patiently to my increasingly frantic theories, her eyes filled with worry. "Emily, you are not sleeping. You are barely eating. This is taking a toll on you. He is doing this on purpose." I would retort, clutching a mug of lukewarm tea, "He wants me to break. He wants me to leave." "Then maybe you should," she would say gently. "Just for a bit. Get some rest. Clear your head." But I could not. I felt rooted to the spot, a terrified sentinel guarding an empty fortress. If I left, he would win, and I could not let him win. The breaking point arrived on a Tuesday night. I was home alone, as usual, trying to distract myself with a book. The apartment was silent, save for the low hum of my refrigerator. Suddenly, the lights flickered, then died. Darkness engulfed the room, thick and immediate. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not just a power outage. It felt deliberate. My heart hammered against my ribs. I fumbled for my phone, its flashlight beam cutting a shaky path through the oppressive gloom. I needed to check the circuit breaker, but the thought of moving through the dark apartment, knowing he could be anywhere, paralyzed me. Then I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible thump from the direction of my bedroom. It was not the building settling. It was not a neighbor. It was too close, too distinct. My blood ran cold. He was here. He was in my apartment. I froze, phone clutched in my trembling hand, the flashlight beam dancing wildly. My mind screamed at me to run, to hide, to call 911, but my feet felt glued to the floor. The air grew heavy, thick with a metallic tang I could not identify. Another sound. A faint rustling, like fabric brushing against something, followed by a soft, dragging noise. It was coming from the hallway just outside my bedroom door. Terror, pure and unadulterated, seized me. This was not a shadow on a camera or a moved mug. This was now. He was here, in the dark, in my home. I backed away, slowly, silently, towards the front door, my eyes fixed on the black void of the hallway. Every nerve ending screamed. I could feel his presence, a cold, malevolent force. I imagined his eyes watching me from the darkness, a predatory smile on his face. My hand found the doorknob, cold and solid beneath my grasp. One more step, and I could flee, but something held me back. A morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know. What was he doing? What did he want? Then, a whisper, so soft, I almost thought I imagined it. A voice, low and guttural, slithering through the darkness. "You have such pretty eyes." "Emily." It was Liam's voice. Unmistakable. Close. Too close, I gasped. A strangled sound that tore from my throat. My body finally obeyed, and I yanked open the door, stumbling out into the dimly lit hallway of my apartment building, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I slammed the door shut behind me, fumbling with the locks, my breath coming in, ragged gasps. I did not stop to think. I did not grab anything. I just ran down the 3 flights of stairs, my bare feet pounding against the cold concrete, my lungs burning. I burst out onto the street, gasping for air, scanning the shadows, convinced he would be right behind me. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on a park bench several blocks away, shivering uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. My phone was still clutched in my hand, the flashlight beam still on, illuminating nothing but the dark pavement. I called Sarah, my voice a broken sob. He was there. Sarah. He was in my apartment. He spoke to me. She was there in minutes, her face pale with shock and fear. She did not try to reason with me. did not try to tell me I was imagining things. She just wrapped her arms around me, holding me tight as I shook. I never went back to that apartment, not even to pack. Sarah and her boyfriend went a few days later, under police escort, to retrieve my essentials. They said the power was back on. They said there was no sign of forced entry, nothing out of place, no Liam, no evidence, but they found something else. On my pillow, nestled right where my head would have been, was a single small gray pebble. Liam was never caught. The police had nothing to go on. He vanished as quickly as he appeared. A ghost in the digital age. I moved to a different city, changed my number, my routines, my entire life. I installed cameras, alarms, and multiple locks on every door and window. I live in a constant state of vigilance, always checking my rearview mirror, always scanning the faces in a crowd. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I hear it. A faint whisper, just at the edge of hearing, carried on the wind. "You have such pretty eyes, Emily." And I know he is still out there, watching, waiting, and I know, with a chilling certainty, that I will never truly be safe again. Not in this world. Not with him still a phantom presence, a silent message, a small gray pebble away. We continue with the story that follows. I met Liam on Tinder. He seemed charming, a little quiet, but handsome enough. We agreed to meet at a cozy little coffee shop downtown. Everything was going fine until he mentioned, your apartment building has a really interesting fire escape structure. I noticed it when I was driving by the other day. The words hung in the air between us, thick and syrupy like the leftover caramel in my latte. My spoon, which had been idly stirring, clattered against the ceramic mug. My heart, which had been beating a perfectly normal rhythm a second ago, gave a sudden, hard thump against my ribs. "Oh, really?" I managed, trying to sound casual, trying to pretend like a giant, invisible hand had not just reached out and squeezed my stomach. "You must have good eyesight." Liam just smiled, a slow, almost lazy curl of his lips that did not quite reach his eyes. His eyes, a striking shade of green, seemed a little too bright, a little too fixed on me. "Yeah, I guess so. It is pretty distinctive. All those crisscrossing metal beams reminded me of a spider web." A spider web. The thought made my skin prickle. My apartment building was not exactly a landmark. It was a nondescript brick affair tucked away on a side street, easily missed if you were not looking for it. And the fire escape, it was on the back of the building, not visible from the main street. You would have to drive down the alley or specifically walk around the block to even see it. Mall world, huh? I tried again, forcing a laugh that sounded brittle and fake even to my own ears. I took a hurried sip of my now cold latte, wishing the caffeine would kick in and sharpen my wits, or at least numb the sudden, creeping dread. Liam just shrugged, still with that unnerving, unblinking gaze. "Yeah, small world." He changed the subject then, smoothly, effortlessly, asking about my work, my hobbies, my favorite books, and I answered because what else was I going to do? Accuse him of stalking me on a first date? It felt absurd, paranoid. Maybe he had just driven by, maybe he lived in the neighborhood. Maybe I was overthinking it, a classic first date jitters scenario. But the seed of unease had been planted. It burrowed deep, a tiny, itchy thing under my skin. I kept glancing at him, trying to read something in his calm demeanor, his easy smiles. Was that a flicker of something knowing in his eyes? Or was it just the way the coffee shop's dim lighting played tricks? I could not tell. My mind was racing, cataloging every detail. He would mention my apartment building. Not just the street, but the building and the fire escape. The rest of the date felt like an out-of-body experience. I nodded. I smiled. I contributed to the conversation, but a significant part of my brain was on high alert, running through worst-case scenarios. When he walked me to my car, I felt the distinct tremor in my hand as I fumbled with the keys. He leaned in, his voice a low murmur. "I had a really great time. Emily, I would love to see you again soon. His breath smelled faintly of mint and coffee. For a split second, the charm was back, strong and disarming. Then I remembered the fire escape and the feeling of being watched, and the charm evaporated like mist. Yeah, me too. I lied, pulling away slightly. I will text you. I got in my car, locked the doors immediately, and did not drive away until I saw him walk off in the opposite direction, disappearing around the corner. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel. My heart was still hammering. I took a deep, shaky breath. Get a grip. Emily. It was probably nothing. But as I drove home, I found myself checking my rearview mirror constantly. Every car that seemed to follow me for more than a block sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through my system. When I finally pulled into my apartment's small parking lot, I practically sprinted inside, fumbling with my keys at the door. I locked it, then locked the deadbolt, then the chain. I even pushed a small chair against the door for good measure. I knew it was irrational, but the feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. I went straight to my window, the one that faced the alley, and, yes, the fire escape. I peered out through the blinds, my eyes scanning the shadows, the parked cars, the dumpster. Nothing. Just the usual urban stillness, but the image of Liam's calm, slightly too bright eyes and his casual mention of my fire escape was burned into my mind. That night, sleep did not come easy. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren, every rustle of leaves outside my window sounded amplified, sinister. I woke up several times, convinced I would heard something, seen a shadow. My phone, lying on my nightstand, felt like a ticking time bomb. I kept checking it, half dreading, half expecting a text from Liam. It finally came the next morning, just as I was making coffee. Hey Emily, hope you had a good night's sleep. Thinking about you. Let us do it again soon. My stomach clenched. Thinking about you. It sounded innocent enough, but after the previous night's paranoia, it felt like an invasion. I stared at the message for a long time. My finger hovered over the block button, but I hesitated. What if I was wrong? What if he was just a genuinely nice guy who happened to notice a fire escape? Blocking him might seem extreme, even rude. I opted for a polite, non-committal reply. Hey, Liam. Yeah, I did. Busy week ahead for me, but I will let you know when things clear up. A few minutes later, his response came, no problem. Just curious, did you get that new plant for your windowsill recently? The one with the big, waxy leaves. My blood ran cold. The phone almost slipped from my grasp. I had bought a new houseplant, a small ZZ plant, just 2 days ago. It was sitting on the windowsill in my kitchen, a place not visible from the street, only from the alley or, you guessed it, the fire escape. My breath hitched. This was not a coincidence. This was not a small world. This was deliberate. He knew. He had been watching. My fingers, trembling now, flew across the screen. I typed out a furious reply, then deleted it. What was the point? He already knew where I lived. He knew what was in my kitchen. Confronting him would only confirm that I knew he was watching. Instead, I blocked him instantly. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The coffee, which had smelled so comforting moments ago, now tasted like ash. I spent the next hour frantically pulling down all my blinds, checking every window latch, every lock. I even went into my bedroom closet, pulled out a heavy suitcase, and wedged it against the back door, the one that led to the alley. It was useless. I knew, but it made me feel marginally safer. The rest of the day was a blur of anxiety. Every shadow, every sound, every car driving slowly down my street made me jump. I could not focus on work. I kept replaying the date, his words, his gaze. Had there been other signs I missed? His quietness, his intense stare, his casual questions about my routine, That evening, I called my best friend, Sarah. I tried to sound nonchalant, but my voice kept cracking. So, I went on that Tinder date with Liam. I recounted the entire story, from the fire escape comment to the plant. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, tried to soothe me. Emily, are you sure you are not just being a little paranoid? Guys say weird things sometimes. Maybe he saw you carrying the plant in. Maybe he just has a good memory from the alley. Sarah, I snapped, my voice rising. He saw it from the alley and the fire escape. Come on, this is not normal. She paused. Okay, you are right. That is unsettling. But you blocked him, right? And you have locked everything up? Just be careful. If anything else happens, call the police. What would I even tell them? I asked, my voice despairing. Some guy I went on one date with knows where I live and saw my plan. They would laugh me out of the station. Sarah had no good answer. We talked for a while longer, but her words, though well-intentioned, did not ease the gnawing fear. I felt utterly alone, isolated in my terror. The next few days were a living nightmare. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I left my apartment, I scanned the street, the parked cars, the faces of strangers. I took different routes to work, walked faster, kept my head down. I started wearing sunglasses indoors, just to avoid making eye contact with anyone. One morning, as I was leaving for work, I noticed something small and dark on my doormat. It was a single, perfect white rose, its petals still dewy. Tucked into the stem was a tiny, folded piece of paper. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. I picked it up, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The paper was stiff, expensive. I unfolded it. Scrawled in elegant looping handwriting were two words, still thinking. My breath caught in my throat. I dropped the rose as if it were on fire. Still thinking, not still thinking of you, just still thinking. It was a chilling echo of his previous text, but now it felt like a declaration of intent, a promise. He knew I had blocked him. He knew I was scared, and he was letting me know he was still there. I slammed my door shut, locked it, and then stood there, leaning against it, gasping for air. This was not paranoia anymore. This was real. Liam was stalking me. I called the police. This time, I had something tangible. The rose, the note. The officer who took my report was polite, but I could tell he was not taking it very seriously. We will open a file, madam. Keep the rose and the note as evidence. If he shows up again or tries to contact you, call us immediately. But he is showing up, I cried, my voice cracking. He left this on my doorstep. He knows where I live. He is watching me. We understand your concern, madam, he said, his voice flat. But without a direct threat or physical contact, our hands are tied. It is not illegal to leave a rose on someone's doorstep. I hung up, defeated and terrified. The police could not help me. I was on my own. That night, I did not sleep at all. I sat by my window, hidden behind the blinds, watching the street. I saw nothing, but I felt his presence, a cold, invisible weight pressing down on me. My apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a cage. The next day, I called my landlord and told him I needed to move out. He was sympathetic, but said it would take at least a month to find a new tenant and break my lease. A month of living like this. I went to work, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy, but I was a wreck. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped. Every male colleague who walked past my desk felt like a potential threat. I felt like I was losing my mind. When I got home, I noticed something new. The light in my kitchen, which I was certain I had turned off that morning, was on. A dim yellow glow spilling from under the blinds. My heart seized in my chest. I stood frozen on my doorstep, my keys still clutched in my hand. He had not just left a rose, he had been inside. My mind screamed at me to run, to call the police again, to get help, but my feet were rooted to the spot. A morbid curiosity, mixed with sheer terror, compelled me forward. I had to know. I had to see what he had done. Slowly, cautiously. I unlocked the door. The apartment was silent, eerily so. The air inside felt heavy, cold, even though it was a warm evening. I pushed the door open, just a crack, and peered inside. The kitchen light was definitely on. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible, a pathetic little squeak in the vast silence. No answer. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open wider and stepped inside. My eyes darted around the living room. Nothing seemed disturbed. No broken windows, no ransacked drawers. It looked exactly as I had left it, except for the kitchen light. I walked slowly towards the kitchen, every muscle in my body tense. As I reached the doorway, I saw it. On my kitchen counter, right next to where my ZZ plant usually sat, was a small, neatly arranged display with a collection of things. A small, smooth river stone I would picked up on a hike last summer. A faded photograph of me and Sarah from college, laughing, our arms around each other. A tiny silver charm, a little bird that had fallen off a necklace a few weeks ago and that I thought I had lost. And next to them, the white rose, carefully placed in a small vase I had not even known I owned. My breath hitched. He had not just been in my apartment. He had been through my things. He had taken personal items, things I had not even realized were missing until I saw them laid out like exhibits in a macabre museum. He had gone through my memories, my past. He had curated a display of me. And then I saw the note. It was not the elegant handwriting from before. This was printed in block letters on another piece of expensive paper. "I know you are scared, Emily, but do not be. I just want to understand you. I want to preserve you, like a beautiful butterfly, pinned for eternity." My legs gave out. I sank to the floor, shaking, tears streaming down my face. Preserve me, like a butterfly. The words painted a horrifying picture in my mind. A vision of myself, lifeless, frozen, displayed for his twisted admiration. I scrambled back, crawling away from the counter, away from the sickening display. I had to get out. Now, I could not stay another second. I lunged for my phone, my fingers fumbling, trying to call 911. Just as I unlocked it, I heard a sound from my bedroom. A soft creak. He was still here. My heart exploded in my chest. I dropped the phone, letting out a choked scream. I did not think. I just reacted. I bolted for the front door, my legs pumping, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I yanked the door open and flew out into the hallway, screaming, "Help me! He is in my apartment. He is here." I did not stop to look back. I ran down the stairs, 3 at a time, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete. I burst out of the building and into the street, still screaming, not caring who heard me, not caring what I looked like. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like jelly, until I collapsed on the sidewalk a block away, sobbing hysterically. A woman walking her dog stopped, her face etched with concern. "Are you okay, honey? What happened?" I could not speak, just pointed back towards my building, gasping for air. He is in there. He is in my apartment. The woman helped me up, her voice kind, her hand firm on my arm. She called the police. This time, they came quickly. They found my apartment door ajar. Inside, the kitchen light was still on, illuminating the horrifying display on my counter. But Liam was gone. He had vanished into the night, leaving behind only the chilling evidence of his presence. They found my phone, lying on the living room floor. They took photos of the display. The note, the open bedroom door. They dusted for fingerprints, but I knew it was useless. He was too careful. I never went back to that apartment. Not really I stayed with Sarah for a few weeks, then moved into a new place across town, a place with a doorman and security cameras. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media. I even changed my hair color, hoping to erase any trace of the Emily he knew. The police never caught Liam. There was not enough evidence. They said, no clear fingerprints, no witnesses, just my word against a phantom. They told me he was likely a one-off stalker, that he would move on to someone else. But I never truly felt safe again. Every time I saw a man with green eyes, my stomach would clench. Every casual compliment, every lingering glance, sent a shiver of dread down my spine. I still check my locks 3 times before bed, still peer through the blinds before opening the door. Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet, I find myself thinking about that note like a beautiful butterfly, pinned for eternity. And I wonder, if he had stayed, if I had not run, would I have ended up just another one of his preserved masterpieces? The thought is a cold, metallic taste in my mouth. A fear that will forever cling to me, like the scent of formaldehyde. He is out there, somewhere, still thinking, and I will never truly know if he is still thinking about me. Another story awaits. Right after this, I stammered, denying any knowledge. Her light, airy giggle grated on my nerves as she insisted, describing Whiskers, a tabby with a white patch, and how I would drop the toy off last Tuesday. My blood ran cold. I do not own a cat. I would never bought a catnip mouse. Yet the memory she described felt chillingly vivid, like a nightmare I would almost had. I tried to keep my voice steady, insisting she had me confused, but her smile did not falter, a strange, knowing glint in her eyes. Oh, Alex, do not be silly. You know, you even mentioned how you almost stepped on it when you were leaving. Nausea washed over me. I denied ever being at her place. The air in the daily grind suddenly felt thick, heavy, like a blanket of dread had been thrown over our small, brightly lit table. The clatter of coffee cups and the low hum of conversation faded into a distant drone, leaving only Seraphina's calm, confident voice and the frantic thumping of my own heart in my ears. "Alex," she said again, her voice still playful, but with an edge I had not noticed before. "You were wearing that faded blue hoodie, remember? The one with the small tear near the pocket, and you had that smudge of, I think it was ink, on your left thumb." My breath hitched. I was wearing that hoodie. I would spilled a little ink on my thumb that morning, trying to fix my old fountain pen. Details so specific, so mundane, yet utterly impossible for her to know if I had not been there. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. A hidden camera. A mutual friend. But no, the way she spoke, the casual intimacy. It was as if she was recounting a shared memory. A memory I did not have. "No," I said, my voice barely a whisper, my gaze darting around the coffee shop, half expecting to see a camera lens glinting from a potted plant. "You are wrong. I have never been to your apartment. I have not even been out much this week, besides work." She tilted her head, her long, dark hair shimmering under the cafe lights. Her smile, once so captivating, now felt like a predatory grin, stretched just a fraction too wide. "Oh, but you were there. Alex, you helped me bring in the groceries, remember? And then Whiskers was so happy to see you. He kept rubbing against your legs, and you said you were more of a dog person, but you still scratched him behind the ears." The image she painted, the details, they were so vivid that for a terrifying second, I almost did remember it. The heavy grocery bags, the soft fur of a cat against my jeans, the awkwardness of being in a stranger's apartment. It was like a ghost memory, hovering just out of reach, a dark reflection of something that never happened. Or did it? A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. "Stop it," I managed, my voice cracking. "I do not know what game you are playing, but it is not funny." Her eyes, those intelligent, beautiful eyes, hardened. The playfulness vanished, replaced by an unsettling intensity that made my stomach clench. "Game? Why would I play a game? Alex, I am just thanking you. Whiskers really loves that catnip mouse. He has not stopped playing with it since you dropped it off. She paused, her gaze unwavering. You even commented on my new painting in the hallway, the abstract one with the dark blues and grays. You said it was moody but captivating. You have good taste. My blood ran colder than the iced coffee in front of me. I had a painting like that. A small, abstract piece I would bought online last month, mostly dark blues and grays. How could she possibly know that? Unless it was impossible. My mind was screaming, I have to go. I blurted out, pushing back my chair with a jarring scrape. The sudden noise drew a few curious glances from nearby patrons. I did not care. I needed to get out. Serafina did not try to stop me. She just watched, her smile returning, a slow, knowing curve of her lips that promised unspoken horrors. Leaving so soon. Alex. But we were just getting to the good part. Her voice was a low purr, a predator's whisper. Do not forget your jacket. My jacket. It was draped over the back of my chair. I snatched it, my hands fumbling, my eyes glued to hers. She did not move, just watched me, her gaze following my every frantic movement. I practically ran out of the daily grind, the bell above the door jingling mockingly behind me. The cool afternoon air hit my face, but it did nothing to calm the inferno of panic raging inside me. I walked, then jogged, then almost sprinted down the street, not caring where I was going, just needing distance. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and terror. Was she crazy? Was I crazy? Had I blacked out? Was this some elaborate prank? I pulled out my phone, my fingers trembling. Tinder. I found her profile, my thumb hovering over the unmatched button. No, that was not enough. I blocked her. Then I went to Instagram, YouTube, LinkedIn, any platform where we might have connected. Blocked. I deleted our chat history, as if erasing her from my digital life would erase her from my real one. Back in my car, parked a few blocks away, I locked the doors, my heart still hammering against my ribs. I checked the back seat, the passenger seat, the glove compartment. Nothing. No catnip mouse, no cat hair. Just my usual clutter. I drove home, glancing nervously in my rearview mirror, convinced I would see her car following me, her unsettling smile reflected in the glass. But there was no one. When I finally reached my apartment building, a small, unassuming place on the 3rd floor, I felt a flicker of relief. This was my sanctuary. This was safe. I fumbled with my keys, my hands still shaking, and let myself in. The first thing I did was check every room. My small living room, the cramped kitchen, my bedroom, the bathroom. Everything was exactly as I would left it that morning. The unmade bed, the pile of laundry in the corner, the half-empty coffee mug on my desk. No signs of forced entry. No strange smells. No tabby cat with a white patch. I tried to tell myself it was a misunderstanding, a bizarre case of mistaken identity, or maybe Serafina was just deeply disturbed. But the details she would give in my hoodie, the ink smudge, the abstract painting, they clawed at the edges of my sanity. How could she know? I spent the rest of the evening in a state of hypervigilance, jumping at every creak of the old building, every distant siren. I tried to watch TV, but my mind kept replaying her words. Her smile. I could not shake the feeling that she was not just some random crazy person. There was a deliberate, chilling intelligence behind her actions. I went to bed, but sleep would not come. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every sound seemed to be magnified. I drifted in and out of a fitful slumber, plagued by fragmented nightmares of shadowy figures, purring cats, and a woman with an unnervingly wide smile. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted and no less paranoid. I forced myself to go to work, hoping the routine would ground me. It did not. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced someone was watching me. Every time my phone buzzed, I flinched, expecting it to be her. It never was. When I got home, the paranoia intensified. I checked my apartment again, more thoroughly this time. I even lifted my mattress, looked inside my closets. Still nothing. I tried to convince myself I was overreacting. It was just a weird date. It would pass. But then I noticed something. My toothbrush. It was sitting on the edge of my bathroom sink, just as I would left it. But it was slightly damp. Not soaking wet, just damp. I had not brushed my teeth since morning. Had I? My mind was so jumbled. I could not be sure. I chalked it up to my own forgetfulness, a lingering drop of water from earlier. The next day, the disturbances became less deniable. I came home from work to find my favorite mug, the one with the chipped rim, sitting in the dish drainer. I remembered using it that morning, but I was absolutely certain I would left it on my desk. I always put it in the sink, not the drainer. A tiny detail, but it sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Someone had been in my apartment. Someone had washed my mug. I searched again, this time with a frantic urgency. I checked my windows, my door locks. Everything seemed intact. But the feeling of being watched, of my space being invaded, was overwhelming. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. That night, as I was getting ready for bed, I heard it. A faint, almost imperceptible scratching sound coming from the living room. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. I stood absolutely still, straining my ears. Silence. I told myself it was just the building settling, or a mouse. But the scratching sound had been too distinct, too deliberate. I slowly, cautiously, made my way to the living room. My phone, flashlight ready. I swept the beam across the room. Nothing. No signs of anything amiss. Just my familiar, messy apartment. I was about to turn back when I caught sight of it. On the dusty surface of my old wooden coffee table, barely visible in the dim light, was a faint, small paw print. It looked like a cat's. My breath hitched. My hands started to shake uncontrollably. Whiskers. A tabby with a white patch. The catnip mouse. It was all real. Or, at least, her reality was bleeding into mine. I did not sleep at all that night. I sat on my couch, a kitchen knife clutched in my hand, staring at the front door, convinced that at any moment, Serafina would walk through it. Her unsettling smile on her face. Whiskers purring at her feet. The next few days were a blur of terror and paranoia. I started leaving small, almost imperceptible markers. A book propped at a specific angle, a loose thread on the carpet, a hair across the bathroom door frame. Every day, I would come home, and something would be subtly shifted or my markers would be disturbed. The book would be lying flat. The thread would be gone. The hair would be broken. She was not just coming and going. She was living here, or at least spending significant time here, while I was gone. The thought was sickening. My home, my sanctuary, was a shared space, but only one of us knew it. Then came the smell. A faint, sweet, cloying scent that was not mine. It was a perfume, light and floral, but with an underlying musk that made my skin crawl. It was Serafina's. I remembered it from the date. It clung to my couch, my curtains, even my clothes. She was everywhere. I called the police. I tried to explain, but it sounded insane, even to my own ears. A woman I went on a Tinder date with is secretly living in my apartment, moving my things, leaving cat paw prints. They listened patiently, advised me to change my locks, and suggested I might be experiencing stress. They could not do anything without concrete proof of a break. In concrete proof, I needed concrete proof. I went to an electronics store and bought a cheap nanny cam, the smallest one I could find. I hid it in my living room, disguised as a USB charger, pointing directly at the entrance to my apartment and the living space. I set it to record motion. That night, I barely slept, but I felt a sliver of hope. Tomorrow, I would have answers. Tomorrow, I would have proof. The next morning, I went to work, my nerves frayed, my stomach churning. I could barely focus. All I could think about was the camera, the footage, the truth. As soon as my shift ended, I practically sprinted home. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I rushed to the living room, retrieved the camera, and plugged it into my laptop. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I opened the video file. The first few hours were uneventful, just my empty living room. Then, around noon, the door opened. Slowly, quietly, and there she was. Serafina. She walked in as if she owned the place, her movements fluid and unhurried. She was not wearing the dress from our date, but a comfortable pair of jeans and a soft sweater. Her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked completely at ease. She was not alone. Following her, with a graceful leap, was a tabby cat with a white patch on its chest. Whiskers. My blood ran cold. My breath caught in my throat. I watched, horrified, as she moved around my apartment. She went to the kitchen, opened my fridge, and poured herself a glass of orange juice. My orange juice. She sat on my couch, petting Whiskers, who purred loudly, rubbing his head against her hand. She picked up a book from my coffee table, the one I would left, propped up and flipped through it, then placed it down flat. My markers. She walked into my bedroom, and I could only imagine what she was doing in there. Then she came back out, holding something. It was my toothbrush. She walked into the bathroom, out of the camera's view. A few moments later, she returned, placing the toothbrush back on the sink. Damp. I watched, numb with terror, as she went about her day in my apartment. She ate a sandwich from my bread and deli meat. She watched TV on my couch, occasionally talking to Whiskers. She even watered my dying houseplant. She was so normal, so domestic, so completely, utterly insane. Then, around 4 p.m., she did something that made me gasp. She walked directly towards the camera, her eyes locking onto the tiny lens. Her smile was slow, deliberate, and utterly chilling. She reached out, her fingers gently touching the hidden camera. She leaned in close, her face filling the screen. Her eyes, those intelligent, beautiful eyes, held a depth of knowing that made my stomach churn. "Hello, Alex," she whispered, her voice soft, almost affectionate. "I knew you would find it eventually. You are not as oblivious as you pretend to be." She paused, her smile widening just a fraction too much. "You know, Whiskers really misses you. He keeps looking for you. He even found the catnip mouse you dropped off. It is his favorite toy now." My heart slammed against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence of my apartment. She knew I was watching. She had known all along. Then, she reached behind the camera, her fingers deftly unscrewing something. The screen flickered, then went black. The video ended? I sat there, staring at the blank laptop screen, paralyzed by fear. She had found the camera. She had disabled it. And she was still here, in my apartment, waiting. The silence in my apartment suddenly felt oppressive. Heavy. I could feel her presence, a cold dread seeping into every corner. I heard a faint, almost imperceptible sound from my bedroom. A soft rustle, and then a low, contented purr. I slowly stood up, my legs feeling like lead. My eyes darted around the living room. The door was still open behind me, but I knew it was useless. There was no escape. She had been here, in my space, for days, weeks perhaps, living a parallel life, observing me, learning my habits, making herself at home. And now, she was ready. I turned towards the hallway leading to my bedroom, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. The air was thick with the scent of her perfume and the faint, earthy smell of catnip. Alex. Her voice, calm and melodic, drifted from the bedroom. "Are you home, darling? Whiskers and I were just wondering when you would be back." We were getting lonely. I stood frozen, the words echoing in my head, a terrifying invitation. My reality had shattered. My home was no longer mine. It was hers, and I was just a guest in my own life, trapped in a nightmare I would almost had, a nightmare she had made real. I could hear the soft pad of paws approaching, and then the unmistakable sound of a cat purring, growing louder, closer. The next story flows in. Naturally, my eyes landed on the hallway, then on the painting. There was my painting, a swirling vortex of dark blues and grays, like a storm brewing on a canvas. I would painted it myself after a particularly rough breakup, a way to channel all that churning emotion into something tangible. It was unique, deeply personal, and I would never once shown it off. Not to friends, not to family, and certainly not to a woman I supposedly met on Tinder. A cold dread, far worse than the initial panic, settled deep in my bones. This was not just a stalker knowing my hoodie or an ink smudge. This was an invasion of my innermost world, a theft of my very reality. My mind, already a tangled mess, started to fray at the edges. How could she possibly know? I took a shaky step towards it, then another. The painting hung exactly where I would left it, illuminated by the harsh overhead light I would flicked on in my desperation. It was unmistakable. Every brushstroke, every subtle shift in color, every tiny imperfection was exactly as I remembered. It was mine, but Serafina had described it. She would claimed it. A new wave of terror washed over me, making my hands tremble even more violently than before. What if she had not just seen it? What if she would been here? The thought was a physical punch to the gut. I spun around, my gaze darting wildly across my living room. Had she been in my apartment? Had she touched my things? The air, which had felt thick and heavy before, now felt suffocating, as if someone else's breath was lingering in it. I started a frantic search. My apartment was a small two-bedroom place, usually neat, but now it felt like a potential crime scene. I checked every window, every lock. All secure. Or were they? Had she picked them? Had she had a key? My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. I moved into the kitchen, my eyes scanning every surface, the countertop, the sink, the small dining table. Nothing seemed out of place. No rogue coffee cups, no unfamiliar dishes. But then, my gaze drifted to the refrigerator. Serafina had mentioned groceries. I picked up that artisanal bread you love, she would purr. I loved artisanal bread, specifically a sourdough rye from a local bakery. I rarely splurged on it, usually opting for cheaper supermarket loaves. With a growing sense of nausea, I yanked open the fridge door, and there it was. Nestled on the top shelf, in its paper bag with the bakery's distinctive logo, was a fresh loaf of sourdough rye. My sourdough rye. I had not bought it. I had not gone grocery shopping in days. My fridge was usually a wasteland of takeout leftovers and sad-looking vegetables. But now, it was stocked, not just with the bread but with other things too. Organic milk, fresh berries, a container of my favorite hummus. Things I liked, things I would buy if I had the money and the motivation. My breath hitched. This was not just a stalker. This was something else. Someone meticulously crafting a reality for me, a reality I did not recognize. My mind screamed for an explanation, any explanation, but none came. Only more questions, more terror. I slammed the fridge door shut, the sound echoing through the suddenly too quiet apartment. My apartment, my safe haven, was no longer mine. It was a stage, meticulously set, for a play I did not know I was in. No, I whispered, my voice raw. No, this is not real. I backed away from the fridge, bumping into the counter. My hand instinctively reached for my phone. Tinder. I needed to check Tinder. Had I matched with a Serafina? Was this some elaborate, forgotten encounter, twisted into a nightmare? My thumb fumbled with the screen, my fingers slick with sweat. I opened the app, my heart pounding so hard I felt it in my ears. I scrolled through my matches, my eyes darting, searching for her name, her face. Nothing. No Serafina, not in my current matches, not in my old ones. I even went into the settings, checking my deleted matches history, just in case I would unmatched her in a fit of drunken forgetfulness. Still nothing. It was as if she did not exist, at least not on my Tinder. But then, a flicker. A faint, almost imperceptible memory, like a half-forgotten dream. A profile, dark, piercing eyes, a knowing smile, a name Serafina. Had I seen it, had I swiped right, the memory was so fleeting, so hazy that I could not trust it. It felt like my mind was trying to fill in the blanks, trying to create an explanation where there was none. This was worse than finding her profile. This was the insidious horror of self-doubt. Was I losing my mind? Was I so stressed, so sleep-deprived, that I was hallucinating an entire interaction, an entire person? I slumped onto the floor, my back against the cool kitchen cabinets, the phone still clutched in my hand. My gaze fell to the floor beside me, and that is when I saw it. A small ceramic bowl, white, with a delicate blue rim, and next to it, a tiny colorful mouse toy, slightly frayed at the edges. My blood ran colder than my iced coffee had ever been. You even get up with him, sometimes when he is restless in the middle of the night. Serafina had said, "My little Leo," a cat. I did not own a cat. I was allergic to cats. I would never wanted a cat. Yet here was evidence, irrefutable, tangible evidence. A cat bowl, a cat toy, and then a faint, almost imperceptible smell. Faint but distinct. Cat. My mind reeled. This was not just gaslighting. This was a full-scale assault on my reality. It was like waking up in someone else's life, but everyone around you insists it is your life, and you are the one who is forgotten. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes darting around the apartment again, but this time with a new, horrifying purpose. I searched for Leo. I searched for any sign of a feline presence. And as I did, I started to notice things, small things at first, a faint scratch mark on the leg of my favorite armchair, a tiny clump of fur, the color of charcoal, on the rug, a small, almost invisible stain on the windowsill that looked suspiciously like a paw print. It was all there, all the subtle, undeniable proof that a cat, Leo, had been living here. It had been living here with me for how long? Days, weeks, months. How could I have forgotten? How could I have been so blind? Panic seized me, a raw, primal scream trapped in my throat. I felt like I was drowning in a sea of manufactured memories, my own identity, slipping away with each new discovery. I needed to call someone, anyone, a friend, my sister, someone who knew me, who could tell me I was sane, that I did not own a cat, that I did not know a Serafina. My fingers flew across the phone screen, dialing my best friend. Mark. It rang once, twice. Then he picked up, his voice cheerful. "Hey, stranger. What is up?" "Mark." I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. "Mark, something's wrong. I think I am losing my mind." "Whoa, easy there," he said, his tone shifting to concern. "What happened? You sound like you just saw a ghost." "It is Serafina," I blurted, the name tasting alien on my tongue. "She knows things. Things she should not. She claims we know each other, that we have been together. But I do not remember her." "Mark, I swear I do not." There was a pause on the other end, a beat too long. "Serafina. Oh, yeah, your girlfriend. What about her?" My blood ran cold. My girlfriend," I repeated, the words foreign and sickening. "Mark, what are you talking about?" "I do not have a girlfriend. and I certainly do not know anyone named Serafina. Another pause, this one even longer, filled with a strange, uncomfortable silence. Then, Mark's voice, laced with what sounded like genuine confusion, and a hint of something else. Something I could not quite place. Dude, what is going on? You have been with Serafina for, 6 months now. You two are practically inseparable. We just had dinner with her last week, remember? You two were all over each other. My world tilted. 6 months, dinner last week, all over each other. None of it was real. None of it had ever happened. My mind was screaming, rejecting every word, every false memory he was trying to implant. No, I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. No. Mark, you are wrong. You have to be... I would remember meeting someone, dating someone for 6 months. This is a trick. Someone is messing with me. Mark sighed, a sound of exasperation. Look, man, I get that you are stressed. Maybe you are just having a really bad day. But do not try to tell me you do not know Serafina. She is great. We all love her. You even told me last month you were thinking of giving her a spare key to your place. The words hit me like physical blows. A spare key to my place? The implication was horrifying. If she had a key, if she would been here, if everyone thought she was my girlfriend, then what was happening? Was I the one who was truly insane? I hung up on Mark, unable to process any more. His words echoed in the silence of my apartment, each one a nail in the coffin of my sanity. My friends, my own best friend, believed this lie. They believed in Serafina. They believed in our relationship. I stumbled into my bedroom, my head spinning. I needed proof. Something, anything, that could ground me in my own reality. I opened my closet, looking for my old photo albums, tangible memories, but as I reached for them, my eyes fell on my nightstand. There, sitting neatly, was a framed photograph. It was a candid shot, taken outdoors, bathed in warm, golden light. In the photo, I was smiling, truly smiling, my arm around a woman. Serafina. Her dark, piercing eyes were looking up at me, a soft, knowing smile on her lips. And nestled in my other arm, a small, fluffy, charcoal-colored cat. Leo. My breath caught in my throat. I picked up the frame, my fingers tracing the outline of her face, my own face. We looked happy. We looked real. The photograph was undeniably mine. Taken with my phone, I recognized the filter. But I had no memory of it. No memory of that day, that place, that woman, that cat. It was an impossible paradox. The evidence was overwhelming, yet my mind screamed in protest. How could I have lived this life, a life with Serafina and Leo, and not remember a single moment of it? I felt a growing pressure behind my eyes, a dull ache that intensified with every passing second. Was I sick? Was I experiencing some kind of dissociative amnesia? Or was Serafina truly a sorceress, a reality bender, twisting my world around her finger? I backed away from the nightstand, bumping into the edge of my bed. My gaze swept across the room again, seeing it with new, terrified eyes. My bedroom, my sanctuary. But now, it too felt alien. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of lavender and something sweet, something floral, hung in the air. Her scent. I sank onto the bed, burying my face in my hands. The world was dissolving around me, replaced by a meticulously constructed lie. And the worst part was, I was the only one who saw it as a lie. Everyone else, even my closest friends, had bought into it. A soft thud from the living room. My head snapped up, heart hammering. I had not locked the apartment door again after my frantic search, just chained it. But the sound was not from the door. It was internal. Silence. Then a low, guttural growl. My blood ran cold. I was not alone. I slowly, cautiously, pushed myself up from the bed, my muscles screaming in protest. Every shadow in the hallway seemed to lengthen, to twist into menacing shapes. My breath hitched in my throat as I crept towards the living room, my eyes wide, scanning for any movement. And then I saw it. Curled up on my favorite armchair, the one with the faint scratch marks on its leg, was a cat. A small, charcoal-colored cat with bright, intelligent green eyes. Leo. He looked up at me, blinked slowly, then let out a soft, almost question-like meow. He looked utterly at home, utterly comfortable, as if he would lived in that armchair his entire life. As if he would lived with me his entire life. My mind snapped. The cat, the bowl, the toy, the groceries, the painting, the photograph. Mark's words, Serafina's chilling confidence. It all coalesced into a terrifying, undeniable truth. My reality was gone. It had been overwritten. I stared at Leo, and he stared back, his green eyes unblinking. I felt a strange, detached calm descend upon me, a horrifying acceptance. This was my life now. This was my cat. This was my apartment, filled with memories that were not mine, a life I did not remember living. The front door, which I had only chained, suddenly rattled. A gentle, persistent knock. Then a soft, melodic voice. A voice that sent shivers down my spine, yet also, inexplicably, felt familiar. "Honey, are you home? I was worried. You left the cafe so suddenly. Did you forget we had dinner plans tonight?" It was Serafina. Her voice was calm, loving, utterly devoid of malice. It was the voice of a woman who genuinely cared. A woman who genuinely believed everything she was saying. I stood frozen in the middle of my living room, the cat watching me from the armchair. My gaze drifted from Leo to the painting in the hallway, to the framed photograph of Serafina and me on my nightstand, now visible from where I stood. I looked at my hands. Whose hands were these? Whose life was this? The knocking came again, a little louder this time. "Darling, are you all right?" My lips parted, but no sound came out. My throat was dry, constricted by a fear that went beyond anything I had ever known. It was the fear of losing oneself, of being utterly erased. Then, a small, insistent purr from the armchair. Leo jumped down, rubbed against my leg, then walked towards the front door, his tail held high, as if greeting an old friend. He meowed softly, a welcoming sound. I watched him go, then looked back at my reflection in the dark glass of the window. My eyes were wide, hollow, filled with a terror that would never leave me. But beneath the terror, a new emotion was stirring, a faint, insidious whisper of acceptance, a memory, not my own, of a shared laugh, a gentle touch, a quiet evening spent with Serafina and Leo. The lock clicked. The chain slid open. "Oh, there you are, my love." Serafina's voice, warm and tender, drifted into the apartment. I was so worried. "And look, Leo missed you too." I stood there, unmoving, as the door swung open. Serafina stepped inside, her dark, piercing eyes meeting mine. Her smile was soft, knowing, and utterly devoid of malice. She looked at me with genuine concern, as if I was the one who was acting strangely, the one who was being irrational. "You look a little pale, honey," she said, her voice laced with gentle worry. She reached out, her hand brushing my cheek. Her touch was warm, familiar, comforting, and as her fingers lingered on my skin, a new memory, fully formed and utterly real, bloomed in my mind. A memory of a quiet Sunday morning, Serafina making coffee, Leo purring on the bed. A memory of her telling me she loved me, and me, without a moment's hesitation, telling her I loved her too. The terror had not vanished, but it was receding, replaced by a profound, unsettling sense of peace. My mind, once a battleground of conflicting realities, was slowly, inexorably, settling into the one Serafina had so meticulously crafted. I looked at her, then down at Leo, who was now rubbing against her leg. I felt a faint smile touch my lips, a smile I did not recognize, yet felt utterly natural. I must have just had a really vivid dream. I heard myself say, the words, feeling right, feeling true. A really strange dream. Seraphina's smile widened, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Oh, my poor darling, you really gave me a scare. Come here, she said, pulling me gently into a warm, familiar embrace. And as I melted into her arms, the last vestiges of my old realities, the reality where I did not know Seraphina, did not own a cat, and painted my own abstract art, slipped away like sand through my fingers. It was gone. Replaced, I closed my eyes, inhaling her sweet floral scent. This was my life. This was my home. This was my Seraphina. And somehow, impossibly, terrifyingly, it felt right. The horror was no longer in the unknown, but in the knowing that my mind had been stolen, rewritten, and that I was now, irrevocably, a willing participant in someone else's nightmare. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never truly wake up. Now, let us turn to the next story, the night after Officer Miller's visit. I did not sleep. Not really. My eyes, gritty and raw, stared unblinking at the ceiling. Every shadow a potential threat, every creak of the old building a phantom footstep. The flimsy security camera, a cheap plastic eye I would stuck to the wall above my door, was my only comfort. Its tiny red light, a silent sentinel. I would spend hours watching the live feed on my phone, a grainy, distorted view of my own hallway, but it was something. It was a barrier, however psychological, between me and the unseen. Sarah called, her voice thick with worry. Please, just come to my place. Even for a night. You do not have to stay. Just come. No. I would whisper, my voice hoarse. I can't. This is my home. He won't scare me out of it. A stubborn, almost irrational anger simmered beneath the fear. This was my sanctuary. Liam had defiled it, but he would not conquer it. I would fortify. I would resist. I would not be a victim who ran. The new locks were installed the next morning. A heavy-duty deadbolt on the front door. A reinforced plate around the strike. I even bought a slide lock for the fire escape window. A small bar of metal that felt surprisingly secure. Each click, each turn of the key was a small victory. A defiant whisper against the suffocating dread. But even with the new hardware, the feeling of being watched persisted. It clung to the air, a phantom chill that no amount of heat could dispel. My apartment, once a haven of warmth and comfort, now felt like a glass box, every movement exposed, every shadow a lurking presence. Days blurred into a suffocating haze of paranoia. My routine, once a comforting rhythm, became a series of anxious rituals. I checked the locks every time I left a room, every time I heard a noise. I stared at the security camera feed for hours, dissecting every flicker of light, every dust motes that danced in the camera's limited view. My appetite vanished, replaced by a constant knot of unease in my stomach. Sleep, when it came, was a fractured landscape of nightmares. Liam's face, always just out of focus. His smile a grotesque sneer, a gray pebble clutched in his hand. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs, convinced I could hear his footsteps just outside my door, or worse, inside my apartment. One afternoon, a week after the incident, I was hunched over my laptop, trying to distract myself with work, when I heard it. A faint scraping sound, like metal on brick. My head snapped up. I froze, every nerve ending screaming. It was coming from outside, near the fire escape. My stomach lurched. Liam, he would mention the view from the fire escape. I crept to the window, my breath catching in my throat. My hands trembled as I carefully, slowly, pulled back the edge of the curtain, just enough to peek through. Nothing. The alley below was empty. Bathed in the pale afternoon sun, the fire escape ladder, its metal rungs gleaming dully, stretched down to the ground. I saw no one, Just the usual discarded cigarette butts and a lonely, crumpled plastic bag caught on a grate. But then I saw it. Tucked into the narrow ledge of the fire escape, right outside my window, was a small gray pebble, identical to the one Officer Miller had bagged. My blood ran cold. My carefully constructed fortress felt like a house of cards. He had not just been here before he was still watching. He knew I was here. He knew I was alone. Panic, cold and sharp, seized me. I stumbled back from the window, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. He was playing with me. He was reminding me he was here. I immediately called Sarah, my voice shaking so badly I could barely form words. He is here. Sarah. He left another one. On the fire escape. Sarah's voice was calm, but urgent. You need to get out now. I am coming over. Do not open the door for anyone else. No. Sarah, do not. He will see you. He will know you are helping me. My fear was so absolute it was distorting my logic. I did not want anyone else involved, especially not my best friend. That is ridiculous. I am coming, and you are coming back with me. I hung up, my hands still trembling. I could not put Sarah in danger. I had to handle this myself. My defiance, which had been a shield, now felt like a desperate, foolish trap. I spent the rest of the day in a state of high alert, glued to the security camera feed. Every shadow, every gust of wind, every distant siren sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I did not dare look out the window again. I imagined him down in the alley, his eyes fixed on my apartment, a predatory smile playing on his lips. I felt like prey in a cage, and he was the hunter, patiently circling. Night fell, bringing with it a fresh wave of terror. The world outside my windows transformed into an inky blackness, a canvas for my darkest fears. The streetlights cast long, dancing shadows through the slats of my blinds, making the familiar objects in my living room twist into monstrous shapes. I did not turn on many lights, hoping to make my apartment seem empty, but the gloom only intensified the feeling of isolation. Around midnight, a new, chilling sound pierced the silence. My phone buzzed. It was not Sarah. It was an unknown number. My breath hitched. I stared at the screen, my thumb hovering over the answer button. What if it was him? What if he was just outside, calling to see if I would pick up? My mind raced. If I answered, he would know I was home, awake. If I did not, he might try something else. Finally, driven by a morbid curiosity and a desperate need to know, I answered. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. Silence. A long, drawn-out silence, thick and heavy. I could hear nothing but the faint static on the line and my own ragged breathing. Then, a click. The call ended. My hand was shaking so violently, I almost dropped the phone. It was him. It had to be. He was not just watching, he was reaching out. He was testing me. My skin crawled. The air in my apartment felt heavy, suffocating. I felt utterly exposed, utterly vulnerable. He knew my number. He knew I was alone. I did not sleep at all that night. I sat on my couch, wrapped in a blanket, clutching a kitchen knife, my eyes glued to the security camera feed. The grainy image of my empty hallway offered no comfort. Every shadow seemed to shift. Every creak of the building sounded like footsteps. My mind played tricks on me. I saw movement where there was none, heard whispers in the silence. The next morning, I felt like a zombie. My eyes were burning, my head throbbed, and my body ached with tension. I knew I could not keep this up. My defiance was crumbling, replaced by a raw, primal fear. I needed to leave. Sarah was right, but the thought of stepping outside, of being exposed, filled me with an even greater dread. What if he was waiting? I called Sarah. My voice, weak and defeated. I think you were right. I can't stay here. A wave of relief washed over Sarah's voice. Thank God. I will be there in 20 minutes. Pack a bag. Just the essentials. Okay, I whispered, my voice thick with unshed tears. I started packing, moving through my apartment like a ghost. Each item I touched felt tainted, each memory of this place now shadowed by terror. My hands trembled as I folded clothes, my eyes darting to the windows, to the door, to the security camera feed. I felt like I was being watched, even as I packed to escape. 20 minutes. It felt like an eternity. I kept checking my phone, hoping to see a text from Sarah, a sign she was close. The silence in the apartment was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my heart. Then, I heard it. A faint thump. It came from the living room. My blood ran cold. I froze, a pair of jeans clutched in my hand. I had not been in the living room for a while. Had I left a window open? No. I would triple-checked everything. Slowly, carefully, I crept towards the living room, my heart hammering. I peered around the doorframe. Everything seemed normal. The couch, the coffee table, the bookshelf. But then I saw it. My favorite framed photo, a picture of Sarah and me laughing on a beach, lay face down on the carpet. I knew I had not left it like that. It had been upright on the bookshelf. A cold dread seeped into my bones. He was not just watching anymore. He was inside. I backed away slowly, my eyes wide, scanning every inch of the room. The air felt heavy, charged with a sinister presence. I could almost feel his breath on my neck. My mind screamed, "Get out!" I stumbled back to my bedroom, grabbing my phone. I had to call 911, but as my fingers fumbled with the screen, I heard another sound. A soft, rhythmic creak. It was coming from the kitchen. My kitchen was small, just off the living room. I could see a sliver of it from my bedroom door. The creaking continued, slow and deliberate. It sounded like someone was slowly, gently rocking back and forth. My mind raced, trying to find a rational explanation. The building was old. Pipes. Wind. Anything but him. But the photo, the pebble, the phone call, there was no denying it anymore. I swallowed hard, trying to quell the rising nausea. I had to see. I had to know. My hand still clutched the kitchen knife I would have been holding earlier. It felt ridiculously small and useless. I crept towards the kitchen, my body rigid with terror. The creaking continued. As I reached the doorway, I slowly, cautiously peeked in. The kitchen was dark, except for the faint light filtering in from the living room. And there, sitting at my small kitchen table, was a shadow. A human shape. It was rocking gently, back and forth. And in its hand, it was slowly, meticulously, rolling a small gray pebble across the tabletop. My breath caught in my throat. My blood ran to ice. I could not move. I could not scream. My body was locked in a paralysis of pure, unadulterated terror. He was there, in my kitchen, in my home. Then the figure slowly stopped rocking. It raised its head, turning towards me. Even in the dim light, I could make out the glint of his eyes and the faint, predatory curve of his lips. It was Liam. He was smiling. That same charming, attractive smile from his Tinder profile, now twisted into something utterly monstrous. "You did not leave," he whispered, his voice soft, almost regretful, but laced with a chilling undertone of triumph. "I thought you would." That was it. That was the breaking point. The fear, the paranoia, the defiance, all shattered into a million pieces. My mind screamed for escape. I did not think. I reacted. I turned and ran. I did not care about my phone, my bag, anything. I just needed to get out. I burst out of my bedroom, sprinted through the living room, my eyes fixed on the front door. My hand fumbled with the deadbolt, my fingers clumsy with terror. 1 click, 2 clicks. The reinforced plate felt like it was mocking me, slowing me down. No, 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 I whimpered, pulling at the handle. It would not budge. My heart sank. He must have locked it from the inside after he got in. No, that did not make sense. I would install new locks. He must have done something. Then I remembered the fire escape, the slide lock, my only other way out. I spun around, my eyes darting towards the living room window. Liam was standing in the kitchen doorway, watching me. His smile had widened, a silent, terrifying promise. He was not rushing. He was enjoying my panic. I scrambled towards the window, tearing at the blinds. My fingers fumbled with the small metal bar of the slide lock. It was stiff, refusing to budge. My nails broke as I clawed at it, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Trying to run, Liam's voice was closer now, just a few feet behind me. That is a shame. I thought we could talk. Panic fueled my strength. I yanked at the slide lock with all my might. With a sudden, jarring snap, it broke free. I threw open the window, the cool morning air rushing in, a desperate gasp of freedom. I did not look back. I did not care if he was right behind me. I clambered onto the fire escape, my bare feet hitting the cold metal rungs. I did not pause, did not hesitate. I just started climbing down, my hands scraped raw against the rough metal, my body aching with a pain that was secondary to the terror. Down, down, down. Each rung was a step closer to safety, a step further from Liam. I could hear nothing but the pounding of my blood in my ears, the frantic rhythm of my own escape. I did not know if he was watching from the window. If he was following, I just ran. When my feet finally hit the concrete of the alley, I did not stop. I sprinted, not caring where I was going, just away. Away from my defiled apartment. Away from Liam. Away from the nightmare that had become my life. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on a cold sidewalk several blocks away, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. Sarah found me there, huddled against a brick wall, shaking uncontrollably. She wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a fierce hug. I could not speak, could only cling to her, sobbing into her shoulder. The police were called. They found the broken slide lock, the overturned photo frame, the gray pebble on the kitchen table. But Liam was gone. No signs of forced entry again. He had simply vanished, leaving behind only the chilling proof of his presence and the permanent scar on my psyche. I never went back to that apartment. Not really. Sarah helped me pack up my things, but I could not bring myself to step inside again. Every shadow held his face. Every creak whispered his name. My sanctuary was gone, replaced by a haunting memory of terror. Liam was never found. His Tinder profile vanished. It was as if he was a ghost, a malevolent spirit who had simply materialized to shatter my peace before disappearing back into the digital ether. But I knew he was real. I knew the fear he left behind was real. Even now, years later, I still check the locks multiple times before I go to bed. I still glance over my shoulder in crowded places, convinced I will see his face, that charming, sinister smile. And sometimes, when I am walking down the street, my heart will skip a beat when I see a small, innocent gray pebble lying on the ground. A chilling reminder that some nightmares, once they invade your home, never truly leave you. They just wait, silent and unseen, in the shadows of your mind. You have reached the end of today's Daily Story episode. We appreciate you making space for today's episode. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. Thank you again for being here today.